order, honorable members. Can we have all the members settled? Honorable members, I wish to first acknowledge the presence in the gallery of the delegation of members of Parliament from the United Kingdom. You are welcome. Thank you. Honorable members, there's a lot of noise, please. Honorable members, please take your seats. The session has started. Honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignation of Mr. E.N. Muthetwa, Ms. L.N. Sisulu, and Ms. M.E. Nkwana-Mashabane have been filled with effect from the 16th of March 2023 by the nomination of Mr. M.R. Mdagane, Ms. N.P. Chobeka Makeke, and Dr. J.C. Ntwane, respectively. The members have made and subscribed to the solemn affirmation and oath in the Speaker's office. I want to welcome you, honorable members. Angibaboni, basho abaniboni, where are you? Please stand. Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable members, as we proceed now, okay? As we proceed, I would want the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Debate on Human Rights Day, consolidating and sustaining human rights culture into the future.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Minister of Sports and Culture will open the debate for us.
House Chairperson, Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, leaders of political parties, honorable members. This gathering today is convened to discuss and debate a very important matter in our country, the issue of human rights. The fundamental tenet of our struggle for national liberation was and continues to be the redress of historical injustices. Critical in this struggle, House Chair, was the issue of human rights that remained and became fundamental. Generally, the 21st March was characterized by systematic defiance and protest against apartheid and racism across the country. Notably, being March 21, 1960, when the community of Sharpeville and Langa townships, like their fellow compatriots across the country, embarked on a protest march against past laws. The struggle for human rights in South Africa is well known and documented, from colonization to the apartheid era, dating back from Africans fighting for the land rights, freedom of movement, language, and religion, both men and women played a significant role. Notably, women led marches from 1913 to the landmark March of 1956 against past laws. Of significance in the Constitution is the Bill of Rights, which protects and promotes fundamental human rights such as the right to life. Of further significance was an establishment of Chapter 9 institutions, which not only protect human rights, but also rights of vulnerable groups, such as women and other national groups and linguistic communities. The department which I lead contributes to Pillar 2 of the National Strategic Framework on Gender-Based Violence 2020, which focuses on prevention and rebuilding social cohesion. I'll just cite a few of the examples of the initiatives. The Code of Good Practice Pledge, with sisters working in film and television. There are also campaigns to end violence, such as Kwanele campaign focusing on men having conversation with men, Bakaba Fazi Survivors Guild and Slapa Wellness campaign. The Orange Day campaign dictates that 25th of every month is dedicated to ending violence against women and children. The Women in Sport policy is in the pipeline. SASCOC has a safeguarding policy against harassment and abuse in all sports. National federations are encouraged to use this guideline to develop their own safeguarding policies. The Department of Sport is responsible for coordinating and responding to Priority 6 with social cohesion and safer communities. Through its delivery partners such as the Department of Justice, the Department of Social Development, and COGTA, issues of racism, xenophobia are addressed. Further, the Bill on Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech has recently been passed and awaiting assenting into law by the President. Furthermore, House Chair, the department has partnership with UNDP on strengthening social cohesion in South Africa. This partnership has special focus on attacks on foreign nationals. It also has an aspect of mediation, conflict resolution, and peace building, while it also ensures rights of all South Africans are protected. The department has embarked on digitization initiatives of the archives and other business processes. Cybersecurity measures will have to be implemented to ensure security of both our user community as well as the security of human rights and information in our custody. Care will be taken to ensure compliance with Protection of Personal Information Act, known as POPIA, and other relevant legislation. However, digitization also supports human rights, such as access to information, as information that is digitized can be accessed 24/7 online without limitations to access to brick and mortar facilities. The department, through National Archives and Records Service of South Africa, embarked on a program of digitized valuable historical records for preservation and access purposes. This project started in 2014-2015. Some of its records digitized to date belong to the following collection: the Treason Trial, the Rivonia Trial, the TRC Commission papers and audio tapes, CODESA and multi-party negotiation forums, and the Constitutional Assembly. Ubuntu is basic and fundamental to South Africans and is a social cohesion common ground for Africans collectively. It is almost second nature to people of Africa, as they share the basic principle of human rights from birth. As an effort by government of extending services to rural and underprivileged communities ravaged by poverty and unemployment, Human Rights Day 2023 was commemorated in a small clay dorpy called DI in the Northern Cape, where there was also observation of Library Week, which entails rolling out of library infrastructure and reading material provincially. Of course, It is also an establishment of libraries for visually impaired in an effort to ensure provision of dignity for all. We are committed, House Chair, to the elimination of exploitation of the rights of artists, and this will be done through the enactment of the Copyright Amendment Bill and the Promoters Protection Amendment Bill, which is now before the NCOP. To us as members of the governing party, we have been seized with the matter of human rights since before 1912, which predates the establishment of the African National Congress. Our conception of human rights, therefore, predates all known documents internationally. We are not newcomers in this field of advocacy of human rights. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Nodata. Honorable Nodata, please take your chair. Can you take the mic to Honorable Nkwankwa? Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
House Chair, ngafuna uniphazamisa kumnyama apha abanye bethu bayathwasa bahlala esithinzini.
Thank you. They will look into that, yes. Proceed, Honorable Nodata. The platform is yours.
Chairperson, yesterday the DA visited the family of the late 4-year-old Langalam Viki, who tragically drowned to death in a pit toilet at her school, Eskikini, in the Eastern Cape last week. I cannot describe the level of pain I felt as I walked in her final footsteps before she was swallowed by feces. Sithe sisondela sakhawulelwa livumba lendle elithe lathatha ubomi bale ntwazana kabuhlungu. As a father of a 4-year-old, this shattered me. I can only imagine what a mother, Usis Nangamso, is going through. There's no greater pain than having to bury your child, especially under such traumatic and undignified circumstances. No child should have to meet this fate almost 30 years after the dawn of our democracy. Schools are meant to be safe havens that cultivate a better future for our children, and not the graveyards that this government has turned them into. Sadly, South Africans have become desensitized to these tragic deaths, which occur too frequently in provinces across the country under the ANC-run governments. There is no sense of urgency, no political will to eradicate pit toilets. Just this month, the Eastern Cape Department of Education returned 100 million meant to deal with de-infrastructure. These are signs of an uncaring government that would rather see our children die before they act. How many children need to die before you and your MECs eradicate these pit toilets, Minister Motshekga? Maybe you would care or even have a sense of urgency if it was your own grandchildren. On Human Rights Day, the DA has launched a plan to eradicate pit toilets in schools across South Africa to ensure that no family ever endures the tragic tragedy suffered by the Viki family. The drowning of our children in pit toilets goes far beyond a human rights violation. It is a horror that no parent should ever be forced to endure. The DA will take legal action against the national and provincial governments to find the quickest and most effective means to instruct them to erect proper sanitation facilities for all of our school children as a fundamental human right. We will work with civil society organizations that care about our children's future to build a strong case against this uncaring government. The 2021 National Education Infrastructure Management System report revealed that over 5,000 public schools still use pit toilets. Yet in answers to parliamentary questions, Minister Motshekga has stated that only 3,000 schools were initially identified. These widely differing numbers in the minister's answers indicate that the department is either not on top of the situation or is trying to hide the serious extent of the problem. That is why, as the DA Shadow Minister of Basic Education, I have launched a countrywide campaign to eradicate pit toilets in our schools, which will include a widespread oversight visits of all school infrastructure, which may place the lives of our children at risk. This campaign kicked off yesterday when we assessed the sanitation facility at Mngwangele School where the little Langalam tragically died. We cannot commemorate Human Rights Day until every child has access to safe and dignified sanitation in schools. As South Africans commemorate our hard-won human rights, we must never lose sight on the basic rights of millions that have been deprived. The DA will ensure that freedom is afforded to all South Africans, even the 4-year-old child without a voice who simply wishes to use the bathroom safely at school. The DA will honor the memories of Langalam and the other children who were killed by this government in pit toilets by ensuring that every single dangerous pit toilet or sanitation facility is removed in our schools. In memory of Langalam, I want to thank the leader of the DA, John Steenhuisen, for securing a scholarship for his sister to go to university.
Your time is up. Honorable Nodada.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Mautwe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, President J S Malema, the leader of economic emancipation movement here in South Africa, Africa, and the world. The only leader who stands and leads from the front, fearless and committed to the struggle of the working class. The officials and members of the Central Command Team and Ground Forces of the only movement that remains at the forefront of black people's struggles against oppression, imperialism, and neo-colonialism. Chair, it is a known historical fact that on the 21st of March 1960, the PAC, under the inspired leadership of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, embarked on a national protest against the past system which the apartheid regime used to control the movement of African people in the territory called South Africa. In Sharpeville in Gauteng, the PAC was ably led by Nyakani Tsolo, and here in Cape Town, the protest was led by a young student from UCT, Philip Khosana. The leadership of the PAC had taken a firm stand to embark on a rolling mass program starting with undermining the past system, but which would eventually see the fall of apartheid by 1963. The racist apartheid regime, which had no legitimacy and no moral standing in society, responded by spraying black people with guns, killing 69 people and injuring almost 100 black people in Sharpeville. Chair, although this was 63 years ago, and although the apartheid regime has since legally fallen, the conditions that existed back then, which forced the PAC to take the route it took, and the nature of the state have not changed much. Black people are still shackled by poverty, landlessness, unemployment, exclusion from educational institutions, heavy burdens of diseases, homelessness, lack of water, and other basic services. Chair, this is so almost 3 decades after the end of formal apartheid and the beginning of a new apartheid regime under the leadership of the former liberation movement. The former liberation movement has proven for all to see that their preoccupation was never to dismantle the key aspects of colonialism and apartheid, but merely to replace the white oppressor and exploiter with a black one. The new apartheid regime has continuously demonstrated where its loyalties lie over the past 3 decades. When Andries Tatani protested for basic water and other municipal services, the new apartheid regime sprayed him with bullets, just like the real apartheid regime had done before to black protesters. When workers in Marikana embarked on a strike to demand a living wage, this new apartheid regime sprayed those workers with bullets, killing 34 men who were sons, husbands, and fathers to many children who have since been abandoned. When activists, such as those belonging to our Basem Jondolo, protest to assert their rights to housing, this new apartheid regime launched a targeted assassination project on the leaders, killing so many of them, including Lindokutle Mguni, Ayanda Njila, and many others. Just this week, House Chair, when we as the Economic Freedom Fighters call on South Africans to go to the streets to protest against the deliberate corruption of ESCOM, the rampant corruption, the escalating and out-of-control crime, the rape and murder of women committed with impunity by criminals, the criminality at the highest level of political office in the country as demonstrated by Phala Phala. This new apartheid government, true to its type, resorted to unleashing the security forces on unarmed and peaceful protesters. The ANC new apartheid regime has learned a lot from their white predecessors. In reality, there is nothing either in form or in content that differentiates the ANC regime from the apartheid regime that Robert Sobukwe fought against in 1960. At the core, House Chair, the ANC are the true heirs of the logic of apartheid. To them, black people are not deserving of dignity, of respect, and of basic human decency. As Robert Sobukwe rose to stand up against that immoral and decaying regime in 1960, so will the Economic Freedom Fighters stand up against the immoral, degenerate, decaying, and corrupt regime of the ANC and Mr. Ramaphosa. We will take to the streets to demand land, to demand houses, to demand jobs, to demand electricity, to demand water, and to demand dignity for all black people. We honor the souls of all those black people killed by whites in 1960 and of all those killed by black new apartheid regime post-1994. We will never get tired, House Chair, of fighting for the full freedom and emancipation of all African people in this country. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Majosi.
Honorable House Chair, before we begin, I would like to read a letter of congratulations by the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Dube Ncube, to His Royal Highness Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. On the inaugural Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi public lecture held at the ICC Center yesterday on human rights, the Premier acknowledged His Royal Highness Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi's long journey that he traveled with other great leaders of this country, such as Nelson Mandela and O.R. Tambo. She further expressed her admiration for his dedication in fighting for human rights and democratic rule in our country, agitating for the release of Madiba, a contribution recognized by the former president himself. Towards the end of her message, she expressed her privilege on behalf of the government of KwaZulu-Natal to congratulate His Highness on the inaugural Prince Mangosuthu lecture on Human Rights Day. Honorable members, having attended this event, we got a glimpse of the magnitude of the work done by His Excellency in advocating for human rights, freedom, and liberation, values entrenched in our party's constitution. While there is no debating the importance of one human right over the other, considering our current socio-economic and political climate, my focus will be on human dignity. The Constitution states that everyone has inherent dignity and the right to have their dignity respected and protected. This means that the failure to protect basic services to South African people neither respects nor protects the dignity of those people. While it is important to celebrate Human Rights Day every year, it is equally important to reflect on the lack of service delivery South Africans face every day at the direct link it has to human rights violation. In 2022, the Human Rights Day theme was Dignity, Freedom and Justice for All. This year, the theme is Consolidating and Supporting Human Rights Culture into the Future. Both themes embrace the need to improve the lives of the South African people through service delivery. In December 2018, the South African Human Rights Commission reported that lack of access to socio-economic rights provides the clearest reflection of the level of systematic poverty, unemployment and inequality in South Africa and demonstrates the persistent recurrence of the cycle of poverty. This is shown by the lack of sanitation services, which compromises the dignity, health, and quality of the life of poor communities. In that same year, the South African Human Rights Commission also reported that the loss of public resources through corruption has compromised water and sanitation services for poor communities in rural areas. While it is nice to think back on the great strides our country has made for human rights considering our history, the reality is that not all human rights are currently being protected by the government. Perhaps it is due to failure in understanding the contents of the Constitution or the complacency. However, more often not, it is due to political arrogance. For us to get anywhere near consolidating and sustaining a culture of human rights, we first need to ensure that human rights of all South Africans are truly protected and that we are not just operating on a rhetorical level. With all that said, rights come with responsibilities. Therefore, as South Africans, we are equally responsible to take ownership of our livelihoods. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Akhbarallet vessels.
Honourable House Chairperson, the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture said that the ANC are not newcomers to human rights, that they are champions of human rights. And maybe that is the problem, because the ANC government lives in the past. They do not see the inadequacies that ordinary South Africans have to live with. They do not see that ordinary South Africans are deprived of the most basic human rights. 30 years of being in government and the ANC's legacy will be that you deprived the majority of South Africans from their basic human rights. Whilst the ANC government celebrated Human Rights Day yesterday in luxury, most South Africans and millions of South Africans were without the most basic right to access to adequate water supply. Towns in Kopanong, towns in Ditshebotla, towns across the country are without water. Due to your mismanagement, due to the ANC's government corruption, mismanagement and complete ignorance when it comes to the actual basic needs of South Africans. Money is spent on protecting ministers and for ministers and your cadres to live in luxury, whilst millions of South Africans suffer due to poverty, due to inequality, and due to the fact that you can't actually serve their basic rights. Honourable Chairperson, the Constitution guarantees certain basic rights, but the ANC has forgotten that. Jy weet, agbare voorsitter, artikel 9 van die grondwet waarborg die reg op gelykheid. Maar u staan nie gelykheid voor as die ANC regering nie. Alles behalwe. Die minister praat van gelykheid in sport, van geen diskriminasie in sport nie. Maar sport is net een voorbeeld waar ras vooropgestel word, waar u met 'n bril kyk uit die verlede en nie wil besef dat gelykheid en gelyke geleenthede vooropgestel moet word nie. Geagte voorsitter, artikel 31 van die grondwet waarborg die reg tot kultuur, godsdiens en taal. Die grondwet waarborg ook die reg om in u taal en die taal van die keuse te kan skool gaan en onderrig te verkry. Maar wat het die ANC-regering in die afgelope 30 jaar gedoen om toegang tot vir kinders in hulle eie taal daar te stel? Die meerderheid van Suid-Afrikaners is nie Afrikaans of Engels sprekend nie. In watter taal moet hulle skool gaan? Afrikaans of Engels. U is niks beter nie. U ontsê mense die reg tot moedertaalonderrig. En wanneer mense opstaan vir hulle taalregte, dan is hulle rassiste. Artikel 10 van die grondwet waarborg menswaardigheid. Maar gaan kyk hoe lyk dit in hospitale. Gaan kyk waardeur moet mense gaan as hulle net 'n eenvoudige prosedure moet ondergaan. Want u stel net in die eie sakke belang en nie in dit van Suid-Afrikaners nie. Whilst ministers live in luxury, the foster care grant is a mere 37 rand per child per day. That is a shame. How can a child live with 37 rand per day? How can they? You must be ashamed of yourself. You cannot stand here and say that you are the champions of human rights, because you're not. And the only way that we will return to basic human rights and celebrate human rights is by voting out the ANC government and get rid of all of you. Thank you.
Honourable members,
I don't mind your heckling, but you are now over-drowning the speakers on the podium. I mustn't hear your voice from where I am seated, please. We are in session. Please. The Honorable Sukers.
Honorable House Chair, on this day of solemn remembrance, the ACDP rises with a sacred question asked to the Prophet. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician here? Why is there no healing for the people of our country? Where is the balm for the family of Klute and Thomas Murray, who were gunned down in cold blood when the sound of the assassin's bullet reverberated into the shattered hearts of South Africans, a broken nation, and it broke the hearts of a family? Where is the balm for the family and the colleagues of Babita Dukaran when she was killed in cold blood in Women's Month for uncovering the scale of corruption at Tembisa Hospital? Where is the balm for the community of Fikile and Shankase, the land activist killed in a village in KZN as she defended the right of her community to live on their ancestral land? A covenant oath was sworn and sealed when the blood of the innocent soaked the soil of Sharpeville. Their sacrifice binding us to a future South Africa where all should have life, liberty, and dignity. That covenant oath was enshrined in our Constitution, and it is in memory of that blood that we swear when we take our oaths of office, when we swear to uphold the Constitution. Today, I want to ask you the question, and I want to ask it of myself. Are there any physicians in this house with a balm for the hearts of a broken nation? There is no balm because we forget our covenant oath with God and with our people. That covenant oath was broken on Monday, the 20th of March, when under the potential threat of violence and looting, small businesses in the city center closed and workers had to forego a day's salary. That covenant is broken every time we turn a blind eye to corruption when we fail in our oversight duty. Oaths are broken. Let the President of South Africa answer the nation. Let the Minister of Police answer the nation. Did you not swear an oath to Babita Dukaran when she was appointed to be a custodian for the money of our people? Did you not make an oath with Klute Murray when he was asked to find the Gupta and the Busasa billions? Did you not swear to Fikile Shakase that she could speak for her community without risking her life?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
They believed you.
Honorable Member.
They believed
Thank you.
Make
We
right
now call
with
the Honorable Kwankwa on the stage. Honorable Kwankwa.
Thank you. Is it working? Is it working, House Chair? All right. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Honorable Kwankwa, something is wrong with your mic. I don't know.
Is it on? Right? Okay. All right.
Yes.
House Chair, yesterday we commemorated one of the most important holidays in our country that reminded us of our fight for the self-evident right to determine our own destiny. When we became Nyangola Amasela, when we became a democracy in 1994, South Africa adopted what it considers to be an advanced constitution which sought to entrench the rights of our people. The new government vowed to do away with the injustices and inequalities of the past. Despite this, there is still a continuation of human rights violations and issues such as lack of provision of basic services, human trafficking, child labor, gender equality. In other words, this government has failed dismally in the provision of the first generation human rights, which deal in particular with the socio-economic needs of our people. This government has no political will to give practical expression to the Bill of Rights, and as a result, there has been service level protests all over the country about this issue, because our people have seen and realized that the enthusiasm that accompanied the dawn of democracy has now been replaced by growing signs of despair, due to the fact that Operation Pakisa has now changed and become into Operation Do Nothing. But to Pele, the principles have changed to becoming ANC first instead of people first, because the ANC all the time prioritizes that which will help it to advance its nefarious causes. Sustaining human rights in this country requires a government, or that we as a society, to prioritize the needs of our people, strengthen and enforce laws against gender inequality in order to curb the challenges such as gender-based violence, and create a better country for all. Moreover, there are still many children who are subjected to the worst forms of child labor, including commercial sexual exploitation, which at times is a result of human trafficking. In recent years, sectors like agriculture have seen an increase in child labor, where a total of 70% of all children engaged in child labor are in this sector, and we seem not to be doing enough to address this problem. The Department of Labor and Employment needs to put proper social protection measures in place, such as improving its labor inspectorate and dismantle all the barriers that make it impossible for people to enter into the private sector and to compete fairly, in order to ensure that we create conditions that do not encourage child labor, especially in the agricultural sector, where you see a lot of this in the Western Cape. Government should also collaborate with civil society organizations and other relevant stakeholders, focusing on promoting and preserving human rights.
Unfortunately, Honorable Kwankwa,
regardless of their age, gender or religion. Andiyazi le nto ayithethi kakuhle nala maxesha eni yonke.
Hayi, uyayibona musibovu isho ukuthi khamba. Honorable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, in 1960, when the police killed 69 people protesting apartheid pass laws at Sharpeville, there was no such thing as a culture of human rights, because the then government did not regard the majority of South Africans as human beings. Today we have a progressive constitution and Bill of Rights, and the state in its wisdom declared Sharpeville Day Human Rights Day. But we remain far from the promised land of developing a culture of human rights, which involves significantly more than celebrating the rights to express our opinions and move around freely without being beaten or shot. When we see millions of people struggling without livelihoods to feed themselves and their families, when we see families living in squalor, raw sewage flowing past their door, when we see children dying in pit toilets, when we see the rate of violent crime perpetrated mostly by men and often against women, the length of the journey that still lies before us to translate the principles of human rights and dignity in our much vaunted founding documents into practical reality on the ground becomes strikingly obvious. Human rights is a universal concept. Humans have rights whether or not the countries they live in have Bill of Rights or not. The United Nations describes human rights as rights inherent to all human beings, regardless of race, sex, nationality, ethnicity, language, religion, or any other status. Human rights include the right to life and liberty, freedom from slavery and torture, freedom of opinion and expression, the right to work and education, and many more. It is the responsibility of governments to create the necessary environment to equip people with skills to obtain jobs and to develop an economy with the rigor to grow. If we had developed a culture of human rights, we wouldn't accept a housing program that perpetuates exclusion, inequality, and special injustice. We wouldn't build mundane suburbs of poverty miles away from anything, and burden low-income earners lucky enough to have a job with paying 40% of their household income for the privilege to move from A to B. If we were serious about developing a culture of human rights, we wouldn't accept that 10 million unemployed South Africans wake up every day with nothing to do, nothing to eat, and nothing to hope for. We would have restructured our budgets a long time ago to ensure that we all have access to basic income sufficient to meet our most basic human needs. A country with a culture of human rights wouldn't have abandoned the restorative justice process begun by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, thereby turning the backs on thousands of orphans, widows, widowers, loved ones and communities who felt the direct brunt of apartheid human rights violations. House Chairperson, our human rights are enshrined in our Constitution. What remains for us to do is take these visionary words and practically embed them in our people's daily lived experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Allow me at the outset to congratulate the Deputy President. Besides becoming the Deputy President, he's found a new wife. Congratulations, Deputy President. I'm a little concerned though because I see he's also surrounded by two women on either side, so it's something to worry about. But honorable members and Chairperson, we talk about human rights, we talk about human rights violations, but how is it no one mentions the first indigenous nation of South Africa? The Khoi and San, the rightful heirs to the land, to the water of this country, is indeed the Khoi and San, the first indigenous nation. But it seems not to be part of the vocabulary of political parties. Let us not forget the violations of the Palestinian people, and yet we come here and stand and grandstand about human rights. For 75 years, those Palestinians have been having their human rights violated. Let us talk about the human rights violations against the police officers in this country who are expected to protect us from human rights violations, but we send them out with 13 Rand a day as a danger allowance, which no one in this house will dare send their brothers, sisters, children for 13 Rand a day danger allowance. But let me also take this opportunity of commending the South African police services for the fantastic piece of work produced by SAPS, its members, all other law enforcement agencies to uphold the human rights of all those people who chose not to be part and parcel of any disruption, mayhem and chaos in this country. You know, I hear people talk about human rights here, but let me talk about this. We talk about the high unemployment rate in this country. How is it that the very same people come here and criticize the ANC and talk about human rights and unemployment? In their own organizations, they don't even treat their workers with dignity, with respect. To such an extent, some of them have never seen an increase for 10, 11 years. They don't know what it is. They have absolutely no benefits whatsoever. Why is it the same politicians do not go to these foreign businesses that are employing people at 60 Rand a day at the expense of South Africans and do very little or nothing about it? That is human rights violations.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh Imam.
I've ran out of time. Thank you very much.
Honorable de Villiers. The next speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. Africans want to perform the work which they are capable of doing and not the work that the government declares them capable of doing. On the 20th of April 1964, Nelson Mandela spoke these words as he stood before the court in what has now become known as the Rivonia trial. During his trial, President Mandela spoke widely on the injustices of the apartheid government and the human rights which should be enjoyed equally by all. The right to employment, to choose your job, to start your own business, is a constitutional human right contained in the South African Bill of Rights, which reads, "Every citizen has the right to choose their trade, occupation, or profession freely." The Constitution puts an obligation on the government that it must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights contained in the Bill of Rights, which includes the right to work and employment. This measure puts a duty on the state to create the right environment where people can exercise this human right to be employed, to have a work. Speaker, according to the latest Stats SA Quarterly Labour Force Survey, the unemployment rate for Q4 2022 was 32.7%, which means that in the last quarter of 2022, 7.8 million South Africans were available to work but unable to exercise their constitutional right to work. A right which constitutionally should be protected and promoted by the ruling party. But Speaker, these numbers contained another astonishing fact. You see, the unemployment rate actually lowered slightly from Q3 to Q4, with 169,000 jobs that were created, new jobs that was created in the economy. Of the 169,000 jobs that was created, 167,000 jobs were created in the Western Cape. Let's pause on that for a moment. 169,000 jobs were created, 167,000 of them were created in one province, the Western Cape. That means the other 8 provinces contributed 2,000 jobs. Chair, it is easy for any political party to say they are pro-poor, to say that you care about the unemployed. But what can be more pro-poor than the creation of jobs? What can say louder that you actually care for people than the actual creation of employment? If South Africans want a government that really cares, that really is pro-poor, and is serious about protecting their right to work, their right to employment, a government which knows how to respect, protect, and promote and fulfill every person's right to have a job, they only need to turn to the evidence of the last quarterly labour work survey. In 2024, a vote for the DA is a vote for employment. It is a vote for a party that cares, which can be proved by its clear track record of creating the environment where business can grow and jobs are created. A vote for the DA is a vote for jobs, because the evidence is clear. There is no more pro-poor party than the Democratic Alliance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Metseke sebaka ke sa hao.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Menosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, the Deputy President of the country and of the African National Congress, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, which is the African National Congress, Maloko a Parlamente e Tlhomphegang Setjhaba ka kakaretso, the South Africans watching this debate, dumelang. Musa khotla mokgatlo wa African National Congress o filwe tokelo le matla a go busa Afrika Borwa e se ka ntwa kgotsa dikgotlang e le ka thato lerato le boikobo ba maAfrika a mmala wa sebilo bao ba nang le tshepo kgatlhego le botshepegi gore re tla fetola serodumo sa naga e re tla tokafatsa matshelo a badudi ke ka mo bontsintsi ba bona in 2019 ba re neile tetla ya go busa naga e gape Re dira yalo e le ka go rata naga e, ebile e le maikemisetso a rona gore badudi ba tlhokang ditirelo ba di fitlhele ka ponyo ya leitlho. Ra tshepisa gore mo re sa fitlhellang maitlhomo magolo a mokgatlho o ke maikemisetso a mokgatlho o busang go gata ka potlako mo ngwageng e le go tlisa ditirelo mo dinageng tsa rona. Re a itse gore ga ra dira go tlala seatla, ebile ra netefatsa gore re tla tsweletsa kgolagano magareng ga rona le lona, re lwantshe botlhokatiro, tlala le lehuma mo nageng e. Honorable members of Parliament, the African National Congress adopted the African Claims Policy document way back in 1943. Leaders of our liberation movement demonstrated their commitment to the African claims to not only repeal discriminatory legislation, but advocate for the realization of various generational rights as further affirmed in the Freedom Charter. The Constitution adopted in this Parliament in 1996 is another important example of restoring the dignity of our people. Our Constitution is a rights-based document guaranteeing not only political and civil liberties, but also socio-economic and environmental rights. It is in this House that progressive legislation has been endorsed. Honorable Chair, our Bill of Rights in the Constitution guarantees every South African access to adequate basic services such as housing, water and sanitation, education and health provision, and social protection. In the last 28 years of the African National Congress-led government, we have managed to build more than 4 million houses. This ANC-led government expanded access to water and sanitation infrastructure to ensure that we restore the dignity of our people. Once again this year, the President Ramaphosa has committed that government is going to build more water infrastructure to serve the increasing South African population. Because it is our belief as the African National Congress that a permanent solution addressing the triple challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment is through education. The ANC-led government has ensured that it dedicates its special attention to ECDs just to give a child a proper and quality foundation. We provided free education from the basic education to tertiary level. Several postgraduate students have received government funding through the National Research Foundation. Government also allocated the highest budget to education. We have realized even the injunction in the Freedom Charter, thank you, honorable members, that the doors of education and culture shall be open. This is fundamental to empowering people to be their self-liberators. Honorable members, wealth and income distribution are an important part of restoring people's dignity. The ANC-led government has adopted various policies to address wealth distribution, such as the BBBEE Affirmative Action Policy, and most recently the Black Industrialist Policy have realized positive outcomes with an increasing number of Black industrialists developed by our state. Some in this House have been calling for the scrapping of the BBBEE policy, arguing that it favors certain connected people in our society at the expense of our majority. Many of our people benefited from the BBBEE policy through the government public procurement system. The public procurement system at the local level, government level, where most government projects takes place, guarantees that 30% of the project value has to benefit local SMMEs, irrespective of whether the main contractor is a local company. Nationally and provincially, our government, led by the African National Congress, if I remind you, departments have allocated 40%, 30%, and 7% of their procurement spent to women, youth, and persons with disabilities, respectively. All these are government strives to ensure wealth distribution in our country and reduce inequalities based on race, class, and gender. We cannot run away from the fact that through the implementation of affirmative action, Many of our excluded people are now in the executive and managerial position in the private sector because of this policy of the ANC-led government. We still have much work to do to address the white male dominance of executive position in listed companies in the GSE. According to the Equality Commission, about 70% of top managers in the public sector are black, compared to over 70% of white top managers in the private sector. In addition, men hold 77% of top management positions in both sectors. This implies that achieving gender equality in the workplace, particularly for executive roles, remains a significant problem. We are confident that inequality between men and women will be addressed as we continue to implement our transformative agenda. Honorable Chair, this ANC-led government is championing the policy of black industrialists. For the benefit of those who do not understand the program of black industrialists, the black industrialists are the black entrepreneurs who are starting industrial enterprise that generate value through the mass production of goods and services. These new industrial enterprises are majority black owned. The work of black industrialists is to maximize the economic potential of our country's capital assets. For individuals who take part in the initiative, our government has guaranteed financial support of up to 50 million rands. For example, Microfinish, which is a manufacturing company in Pinetown, manufactures safety components of internal combustion engines, exports 98% of its production to the EU, the USA, and the United Kingdom. Honorable Chair, some men in our society think it is their God-given right to ill-treat and abuse women. Let me remind those who kill and abuse their wives, their sisters, and their girlfriends that Colossians 3 verse 19 says, husbands, love your wives and do not be harsh with them. Whilst Proverbs 31 verse 10 says, a woman is far more precious than jewels. Please take care of your women, take care of your sisters. Gender-based violence and femicide is a pandemic in our society. President Ramaphosa has committed the government to address the scourge in our society by developing a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicides. This strategic plan is committed to addressing income inequality, which is a source of conflict with women dependent on men. We must state that this has already begun to change in our society. Women today can provide more for themselves whilst men remain dependent. In our last ANC conference in December 2022, we committed that our government must ensure that survivors of GBVF are provided with their own homes to prevent the cycle of violence. It is our view that our communities have a role to play in addressing this scourge. Many victims of gender-based violence and femicides have died. Our communities are hesitant to report such cases because we say we have no responsibility to intervene when two people in a relationship are fighting. This must stop so that we can be able to protect the rights of women and the girl child. Honorable members, we are the first country on the African continent to guarantee the protection of the rights of people with disabilities and the LGBTQIA+ community. Just recently, the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights, an independent expert body within the African Union, rejected an application by 3 non-governmental organizations for observer status because of their advocacy work on the human rights violation of LGBTQIA+ people in Africa. We, at times, tend to use our value system to deny this community their entitlements to protect their human rights as people. It can never be us as Africans who have enjoyed oppression and discrimination for more than 350 years, who seeks to oppress and discriminate against the LGBTQIA+ communities. Our human rights are also the human rights of the people living with disabilities and the LGBTQIA+ communities. Lastly, South Africa, we love our beautiful land. Let's show the whole world we can bring peace and harmony. South Africa, we love you.
Thank you very much.
Land.
Thank you.
Let's show them
Thank you.
whole world we can bring peace in our land.
Thank you. Honorable Chafter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yesterday we commemorated the Sharpeville Day. We took stock of where we have been and the progress we have made. There have been achievements on many fronts, but much of the progress has been eroded by corruption, maladministration, and abuse of state resources. The people are not happy. Honorable Chair, as we tour the length and breadth of this country, as we consult our constituencies, and as we engage in oversight visits, our people decry the state of our affairs. Pit latrines have not abated. The basic education infrastructure is dismissal, and many rural schools are in turmoil. The ratio of learner to teacher in these schools is shockingly skewed. On the economy, monopolies have not been dismantled. They continue to deprive emerging small enterprises their competitive edge. They lessen competition and expose us to inflated commodity prices. We must also touch on the issue of violent crime. Women remain hard hit by acts of gender-based violence. Access to sanitary towels is still the luxury of the rich. Many women are still subjected to old-fashioned practices such as ukuthwala. It will also be remiss of us, Honorable Chair, to not decry the neglect of rural agricultural development. Emerging farmers still face financial support. There is no attempt to promote rural farmers through preferential procurement, localization, and subsidy schemes. Instead, projects such as the freighted dairy farm are run down by corrupt officials. Land restitution has also staggered. Government has not settled old order claims, and this affected the new claims. This anomaly persists to this day. In closing, Honorable Chair, we must restate our position on human rights. Unless the interests of the people on the ground take center stage in government processes, unless their views are taken into account in the law-making progress, our democracy will remain hollow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Hendricks.
Honorable House Chair, Al-Jamal commemorates the massacre of 67 people in Sharpeville and another 2 in Langa in the Western Cape. Those who were not killed were sent to Dimbaza near King Williamstown to also rot away in a desolate area after serving their time. The industrial park is no compensation as the Minister of Trade and Industries has abandoned them. I visited them and that's what they told me. Patriarchy in government is a barrier to many women in South Africa not enjoying their human rights. Every human being has inherent dignity. This indignity can never be taken away as it resides in every person by virtue of being a human being. South Africa's constitution entrenches these rights, but officials in government supported by some honourable members and schooled by apartheid and schooled by universities still harking for a return to apartheid continue to put brakes on the rolling out of human rights in South Africa. They also happen to put brakes on women's rights And it was no surprise when the women of the governing party just last week tabled a motion in this parliament to discuss patriarchy. This was also later raised by a woman of the governing party in the portfolio committee meeting. So patriarchy is a big problem. This a week after officials in the Department of Justice, supported by its deputy minister, showed their patriarchal hand by denying indigent women commuting cash to put their cases in maintenance courts to put bread on the table of fathers' kids. These fathers who do not pay maintenance and appear in court after being charged get commuting cash. Discrimination of the worst kind. Is this not patriarchy? Is this not a violation of human rights? The sad thing is some women even support these patriarchal positions and their procrastination. So children on Human Rights Day continue to go hungry because fathers don't pay maintenance. This is a sign that gender-based violence is thunder, but no lightning in these corridors of power. The Deputy Speaker, who is a champion to fight gender-based violence, must tell fathers to pay their pap geld. Patriarchal officials in the Department of Justice, they must step aside. They also do nothing when women are denied access to divorce courts because their faith marriages don't give them a valid South African marriage certificate. They have no time to give attention to serious life and death matters affecting women. A breath of fresh air is the
Honorable Hendricks.
Committee is addressing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Space.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. Today we gather to commemorate a day that should be marked with the highest respect and honor, a day that has been trampled upon and disregarded by those in power. The tragedy of 21 March 1961 is a day that could have been any day in apartheid South Africa, a work day, a school day, or even a church day. It was a day that saw the violation of our people's rights, a day that saw the loss of 69 souls in Sharpeville, a day that marked the struggle for human rights in our country. We must acknowledge that although this tragedy happened before our time, we continue to experience the violation of our rights as citizens of this country. Every day in the new South Africa is a day without power somewhere, a day without water somewhere, a day where corrupt officials and their incompetent administration makes decisions that deprive our people of their birthright. Local government, as the closest sphere of government to the people, has failed the people 3 decades down the line. And let me give you the facts. During the 2019-2020 audit, it was found that the Chris Hani District Municipality in the Eastern Cape could not account for how it spent 1 billion rand of the 1.3 billion it had received in equitable share and grant allocations. Similarly, the Dr. Ruth Segamotsi Mopati District Municipality in the Northwest was unable to account for how it spent 582 million rand of the 697 million rand in its bank account. MPs here were told that bank accounts were reconciled, but double payments were made to suppliers. 22 municipalities went through 5.5 billion rand that they could not account for. Of the 6.4 billion taxpayers contributed via the national purse to those municipalities through equitable share and conditional grants allocations, only 980 million remained by municipal financial year end. This is only the tip of the iceberg. 5.5 billion could have been used to fund 1 million more indigent households with free electricity, water, sanitation, and refuse removal services across the country. 5.5 billion could have cleared Eskom debt in 21 municipalities in the Northern Cape, 11 in the Northwest, 11 in the Eastern Cape, 8 in KwaZulu-Natal, and 6 in Limpopo. This is how the ANC government violates the rights of its people. It is a tragedy that this day, which should be marked with reverence and respect, has been reduced to just another day. Die ANC se vernedering gaan gepaard met volgehoue beloftes van beter doen, dat dit nie weer gaan gebeur nie, dat hulle altyd besig is om te vra vir nog 'n kans, en dan is daar mos altyd die arrogansie. My grootste frustrasie met hierdie regering is dat hulle nie die balk in hulle eie oog wil sien nie, dat hulle menseregte wil herdenk, maar nie daarvoor wil veg nie. 21 Maart, die verlies van 69 siele in Sharpeville. We must not forget, and we will never forget, the struggle for human rights did not end with the fall of apartheid. We must demand that government takes responsibility for their failure to uphold the rights of its citizens. Let us take a moment to remember those who lost their lives in Sharpeville. We owe it to those who lost their lives in Sharpeville to fight for a better South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. We now invite the Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Service responsible for justice and constitutional development.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, honourable members, this is meant to be a debate about consolidating and sustaining human rights culture in the future. It should be a debate around what more needs to be done to realise the human rights of all South Africans. Unfortunately, it has largely become a forum for political point scoring. What is indisputable is that there have been great advances for South Africans in their human rights, in the human rights they enjoy since 1994. But we acknowledge that things are nowhere near where they should be. But what we've seen from the different parties is finger pointing and this example, that example. To the Honourable Nodada, the death of Langalam Viki is tragic, and as was the death of Michael Komape. But let's also not politicize the issue. The Minister of Education is working on a program to eradicate pit latrines, which is moving, and she will be addressing a media conference on Sunday to give more detail about this matter. Unfortunately, honourable members from this side of the House don't seem to want to hear me. The DA claims to be the bastion of civil rights, of human rights. They tell us about how bad things are. And let me just to the former speaker say, we're not just remembering the 69 people who were killed at Sharpeville in 1960, not 1961. We also remember the people who were killed by the police in Langa Township here in Cape Town in 1960, same day. We also remember the 20 people who were murdered in Langa near Uitenhage in the 1980s. Those are all people who sacrificed for where we are now. But just also on the DA, I mean, we can't deny mistakes have been made. There are things that could be done better. But we're working at doing that. But from your side, I was interested, and it's in the news, the Cape Times this morning, this case of Makubela versus the Stellenbosch District Municipality, where the applicant, the parent of an initiate, had to apply to court to get access to the initiation school on land or against the Stellenbosch District Municipality. And just to read from the judgment, it reads, the attitude of the respondent as demonstrated by De Beer is that the Stellenbosch District Municipality is simply out of breath to keep up with the nation at work to construct a democratic and constitutional dispensation, especially for an African child in its jurisdiction. De Beer, who is the acting municipal manager for the Stellenbosch municipality, is simply crying out loud for social context training. So it's your municipality, DA. I hope that you will take action on it. Just to the EFF, you claim to be revolutionaries, but which revolutionary party will want children and students not to go to school when we've spent decades fighting for all children, and African children in particular, to have the right to education? And I think, with respect, the most memorable event from Friday's shutdown stay away were the pictures of the Honourable Malema marching hand in hand with his new friend Carl Niehaus. And one can go on, and one can go on.
Order, members, order. Allow the speaker to proceed.
The important thing is that a lot has been done. If you take, for example, access to justice, before 1994, only a few people had access to justice. After 1994, we've built new courts, 2 new provincial high courts, and other magistrates' courts. We've created new bodies and new laws to increase access to justice for all and ensure that people are able to enforce their human rights. We took the old South African police, which was really a paramilitary organization, with the 10 homeland agencies and the non-statutory forces, and rationalized and incorporated them into the new South African Police Service, the SAPS. We've built Chapter 9 institutions. These institutions have shown to be fundamental in helping people attain and protect their human rights. And we've created additional bodies such as the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, the Independent Police Investigating Directorate, the Information Regulator, all in an attempt to protect the human rights of people against abuse. In 1994, at the dawn of democracy, our judges and magistrates were overwhelmingly white and male. In fact, with the judges, there was only 1 woman judge in 1994 and 2 black judges. So we've had to start making the bench more representative. We've established an independent judiciary and a new constitutional court, and together we can proudly proclaim that many of the rights which we enjoy have come from groundbreaking equality, human dignity, and socio-economic rights jurisprudence from our courts. Our courts have not hesitated to show when and where government policies or practices have fallen short of a constitutional benchmark, and where our laws have not passed constitutional muster, the courts have said that such laws must be remedied, and the executive and the legislature have done so. Furthermore, today our judges and magistrates truly reflect the diversity of South Africans. When we fought for a free and democratic South Africa, we also fought to bring about a just and fair society where all are equal before the law and have access to justice. We've extended legal aid to provide legal advice and representation to those who can't afford it. Many people think that legal aid only deals with criminal matters, but that's not correct. Legal aid is able to assist in criminal offences, consumer issues, debt issues, deceased estates, equality court cases, problems with accessing payment of benefits, employment claims such as unfair dismissal or discrimination, separation, divorce or disputes about children, housing and threatened evictions, domestic violence, land rights matters, and any case where a person's rights have been violated. And we've also extended the access to justice in terms of every regional court is currently a divorce court where you can have your divorce heard rather than having to go to the High Court. As far as socio-economic rights, we've made significant progress. According to Stats South Africa's General Household Survey of 2021, 83% of South African households lived in formal dwellings in 2021, followed by 11% in informal dwellings and 4% in traditional dwellings. The percentage of households with access to improved sanitation increased by 22.4 percentage points between 2002 and 2021, growing from 61% to 84%. With regards to education, literacy increased as the percentage of individuals aged 20 and older who did not have any education decreased from 11% in 2002 to only 3% in 2021. Those with at least a grade 12 qualification increased from 30% to 50% over the same period. These are significant advances. When we think of human rights, we think of how hard we had to struggle to attain them in the first place, and why we need to continue to protect and promote human rights in this country. And with due respect to the Honourable Freedom Front Plus Speaker, and I see Honourable Boshoff in the audience, you respect your father and your grandfather, Hendrik Verwoerd. Hendrik Verwoerd, D.F. Malan, Strydom, Forster. Okay, you left the National Party before when P.W. Botha took power. But that's your legacy, so I have no idea how you can lecture us on human rights given your history. Johnny Clegg wrote a song many years ago about our struggle leaders. In the last verse of the song, he sings, Asimbonang umfowethu, lape khona, lapwa fela khona. And he asks the question in the last line of the song, Siyofika nini la siyakhona. In other words, when will we arrive at our destination? There is still much that we need to do, but we are doing it. When it comes to gender-based violence, we've passed those 3 bills. This House, thank you very much, they're being implemented. We need to work at ensuring that they work effectively for victims of gender-based violence. When it comes to the prevention and combating of hate crimes and hate speech, we have the bill that was passed here in this House last week. Ironically, the Human Rights Party, as they're trying to say, the DA refused to support it, as did the Freedom Front Plus, as did the ACDP and Al-Jamaa. I think that the fears that those parties had, and that's just my own perspective, is around some of them have racists as members or as people that support them, and they're worried about what will happen to them. And then some of them have homophobes who are members, and they're worried about who will, about their support. Honourable members, as we reflect on the events of Sharpeville in 1960, we remember that too many lives were lost and too many people suffered so that we here today can be protected by a Bill of Rights. The rights enjoined in our Constitution can never be taken for granted, but we are far from where we want to be. It's no use moaning and groaning about things as so many opposition MPs have had, using this important debate as an election platform for next year. We need to be working together as South Africans and put our shoulders to the wheel collectively to improve the lives of our people. One of the biggest problems in South Africa are the huge disparities of wealth. And that wealth has a white face and poverty has a black face. Are we doing enough? And most of the white people, I think, support the DA, but are we doing enough to promote, to encourage people to contribute, to put back, rather than just making money out of a system? So, Honourable Speaker, as I close, we've achieved a lot, but we have a lot further to go. We need to do that collectively and together rather than politicking and point scoring. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes the debate. The next item on the order paper. No, honourable members, you can't sing when I'm speaking. The next item on the order paper is a motion in the name of Mr. J S Malema, the Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much. Deputy President of the EFF and the leadership of the EFF, the people of South Africa, let me greet all those who agree that indeed our democracy to work, we need to hold the executive accountable. People of South Africa, let me begin by extending our deepest gratitude for the massive support shown for the national shutdown, which was held on the 20th of March 2023. The 20th of March marked one of the greatest national demonstrations post-1994, wherein thousands of our people registered their dissatisfaction of load shedding, unemployment, high levels of crime, gender-based violence, and lack of service delivery. Many of you affirmed the authority of the EFF to be superior to that of the President of South Africa and his entire cabinet combined by partaking in the shutdown because you cannot trust anything he and his government says. A majority of business remained closed, taxi ranks and buses were empty, no trains or trucks were moving on the day, and even load shedding was suspended due to low level of electricity demand, proving that major industries that uses electricity were not operational. The success and moral correctness of the national shutdown is proven by the fact that no one, not the state or the media, was able to dispute the logic for the national shutdown, and they all chose to attempt to divert and dilute its message by creating a myth of anarchy and destruction. We salute you for your support, and we salute you, all protesters, for their discipline and commitment to peaceful protest. We remain resolute on our demand for Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa to resign as the President of South Africa, and our people want reliable supply of electricity for their businesses, livelihoods, and for the economy to survive. The economic freedom fighters proved once more who is in charge in this country. When you said to business, is business as usual, open your shops, I said close. They closed. I'm in charge. I've got you by scrotum. There's nothing you can do, nothing. All of you combined. You can scream anyhow you want. Once more, I demonstrated to you black opposition, a white opposition with the ruling party combined. I'm in charge. And I want that to sink. You will tweet every day. You will call press conference every day. You will bring soldiers and police, because the man in charge said shut down South Africa, and it was shut down. Whether you like it or not, in your cocoons, you are admitting that when the president speaks, that is a motion of no confidence, by the way. When the president speaks and say, open, I will protect you, they say we can't trust you. They closed. Even this one of the dogs ran around everywhere saying, open, open, I'll protect you, but you never protect us any day. Why would you protect us today? They never listened to him. They closed. These ones ran to court and said, no, don't close, we have got an order, imaginary order. Cape Town, there won't be anything, don't close, we're in charge here. Cape Town is ours, Cape Town is white. They can't do anything in the white area. They said to them, the business of Cape Town, we can't trust you. They closed because they knew who to trust. The economic freedom fighters established a motion of no confidence against the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula. We did this because it has become clear that we are dealing with an unrepentant delinquent who abuses her power and violates the rule of the National Assembly and the Constitution. What we saw on the 9th of February 2023, when the Speaker called members of this House animals and violated the Constitution and the rules of the National Assembly, when she allowed the police to invade Parliament and made it worse by calling on the security forces of South Africa to enter the chambers to intimidate peaceful members of Parliament, is not something that we can take light. When the National Assembly convened a sitting for the presidency budget vote delivered by Mr. Ramaphosa in June 2022, we fearlessly stood up to demand that the only director of Ntabanyoni estate, tells the country where he got the US dollars that were stolen at Phala Phala farm. She decided to generate and instruct the protection officer to assault members of parliament, including assaulting women members of parliament. Women members of parliament were also sexually assaulted because when they were being violently removed, beaten and pushed, their private parts were touched by men. We told the speaker in the same sitting that this is happening, but she ignored us because her sole mandate is to protect Ramaphosa. Whenever Mr. Ramaphosa is being held accountable, she chooses violence. She chose to abuse her powers, violate the constitution and the rules of the National Assembly. She is happy when we leave these chambers in the hands of men who are unashamed to violate women members of parliament, touch our private parts and harass such that we end up in hospitals seeking medical treatment. It is this speaker who denied the secret ballot vote on the establishment of the Section 89 committee into Phala Phala farm, despite members being threatened with removal by the ruling party should they decide to vote with their conscience. Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula has entered the office of the speaker with a predetermined agenda of protecting Mr. Ramaphosa from any and all scrutiny at all costs. She has degenerated this parliament into a place of violence, censorship, and an arena where the constitution is disrespected and violated. She has no shame that women were sexually assaulted under her watch as a female speaker. Mrs. Mapisa-Nqakula is a mistake of history and a step backwards for women leadership in this country. As the EFF, we table this motion of no confidence in the speaker because under her, the gains of our democracy are being reversed at a rapid rate. If she is to continue as a speaker, then the ruling party and its president will continue to loot state resources, launder money, evade tax, and violate the constitution without any accountability. Her lack of tolerance for African opposition in this parliament is not acceptable and reaffirms to us that she is the speaker of a puppet government that suffers from a severe inferiority complex. As the EFF, we have long withdrawn any respect that they have offered to her. And this was made final when she resorted to calling democratically elected African members of parliament animals. She will go down the same empty path of her predecessor, Ms. Baleka Mbete, who is now in the dustbin of history for the same conduct she's exhibiting in this 6th democratically parliament. There is no future, there is no legacy, and there is no honor in defending corruption. And Mrs. Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula will learn this harsh lesson when we remove her political party from power in 2024. She will be remembered as an instrument of corruption, violence, and the descent of this parliament into heaven for dictatorship who deploy the military to suppress peaceful protests. Ms. Nosiviwe Nqakula is a tool for a president who has failed to lead South Africa and is fast taking this country towards collapse. She is nothing but a puppet whose legacy will be enhancing the sexual assault of women and enabling corruption and crushing the voices of accountability in parliament. Like a handler, she must be removed, and she must be removed now. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, our Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honorable members, let me begin this address by quoting from the preamble of our Constitution as articulated by Justice Langa, which asserts that the underlying imperative of South Africa's Constitution is to provide, and I quote, a historic bridge between the past of a deeply divided society characterized by strife, conflict, untold suffering, and injustice, and a future founded on the recognition of human rights, democracy, a peaceful coexistence, and development opportunities for all South Africans, irrespective of color, race, class, belief, or sex. We find ourselves at the crossroads of a critical conjuncture where the ideals of transformative agenda must find expression on every democratic platform at our disposal. Poverty, inequality, and the vile abuse of women must be addressed through the work of the democratic institutions we lead in order to bring about desired change as articulated in the preamble as stated. Honorable House Chairperson, this debate takes place a day after an iconic date in our country's history that we commemorated as Human Rights Day. Yesterday marked 63 years anniversary of Sharpeville massacre, where 69 innocent people perished and 180 were seriously wounded after the apartheid government ordered the police force to shoot peaceful protesters who protested against the unjust past laws. These acts of violence, intimidation, and brutality by an unjust system remain etched in history as a reminder that we must be vigilant and resolute to never allow dictatorship with narrow interests to usurp the powers and functions of our democratic institutions. As the ANC, we remain committed to the promotion and protection of basic human rights as enshrined in the supreme law of our country, which is our Constitution. Honorable House Chairperson, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa is a construct of our democratic governance ideals. At its core, this Parliament is chiefly constituted to serve as a conduit for advancing the transformative ideals of our Constitution, with the people of South Africa remaining at the center of every decision we make as a House. In its national conference, the ANC reaffirmed its position in ensuring that the legislative sector remains a critical instrument for advancing people's power and fast-tracking the transformation of our society. These policy principles remain as critical drivers in the functioning of this activist and transformative parliament in order to advance South Africa's transformation agenda. The role of Parliament in advancing the transformation agenda of the country has become even more critical, particularly given social, economic, and developmental challenges that we are facing as a country. However, our ability to effectively intervene in changing the material condition of our people is often diverted when parliamentary platform is used to demonstrate the narrow political agenda of some amongst us. We are often unable to effectively engage on matters concerning South Africa's transformative development due to the populist and destructive behavior of some amongst us. Honorable Chairperson, House Chairperson, it is important to emphasize that parliamentary democracy is often weakened when we allow this House to engage in the narrow and populist agendas of those who are simply here to engage in political theatrics and grandstanding in order to make a name for themselves. We must be clear that we have anarchists and agents of destruction in our midst who have manipulated their way into this sacred space of consensus-building debate to actively thwart freedom of speech and they violate the liberties given to each member of this House and violate the liberties given to each member of this House. These are enemies of the Constitution who have tangibly demonstrated that they do not respect the rules that governs this House and have continued to violate and defy these rules for self-interest, for populism and misguided relevance. South Africans have witnessed on countless occasions deliberate acts of sabotage and disruption where important debates are often put on hold or interrupted through brazen acts of anarchy, violence and intimidation. Honorable House Chairperson, ironically today we are here to debate a motion brought before this House by a very same group of anarchists who have no interest in the transformative agenda of this sacred chamber. We witness, as did the rest of South Africans, brazen attempts to disrupt the proceedings of February the 9th, including threatening the safety of the state president. This is not only treasonous in nature, it was an act of antagonism which cannot simply be shrugged off as another one of their theatrics. We have to contend with these acts of violence, incitement and intimidation, as we cannot continue to be held hostage by a small group of anarchists and mindless disruptors who are only here to frustrate and oppose constructive debate by any means necessary. The rules must be enforced so as to ensure that transformative agenda of this chamber prevails. Due to the consistent violation and the deliberate disruption that we have witnessed, parliamentary democracy is now under attack because of this small group of anarchists. Their agenda is simply to weaken parliamentary democracy and its processes by defying every rule that has been written. This is simply an attempt to weaken the authority of the presiding officers and for the House to degenerate into chaos, impeding us from exercising our constitutional functions. We must therefore recognize that the ideals of our constitutional and parliamentary democracy, that the ideals are under attack because of this small group whose destructive agenda must be unmasked and exposed for what it truly is. Theirs is a desperate attempt at more exposure, prominence at the expense of the electorate. It is therefore our duty to defend the democratic values and ideals of this House by firstly unmasking the antagonists to demonstrate to democratic norms in our midst, who are here to prevent the advancement of transformative agenda in the material condition of our people. For when they disrupt proceedings, they prevent all of us from engaging in a constructive debates to represent the will of our constituencies and those who have elected us to occupy these seats and make interventions on their behalf. The National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces adopted the joint rules which are aimed at maintaining decorum in the House, which all members are expected to adhere to. To this end, parliamentary decorum is not only about adhering to the rules that have been put in place to govern the business of the House. Parliamentary decorum, if properly practiced, is about true respect for others, expressed through genuine efforts to build a cohesive and prosperous South Africa for all. Parliamentary decorum refers to the appropriate character which is expected to
Honorable
be
Takude, unfortunately your time is up.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ANC reject this motion with the contempt it deserves.
Thank you.
The Honorable Dr. Lockridge.
Honourable House Chairperson, a motion of no confidence is no trivial matter. It means that the confidence between, in this instance, the National Assembly and the Speaker has reached a point where there is no other remedy left. It is in the light of this that such a motion cannot be confined to a single incident. The question we have to ask in discussing this motion, and specifically the content and argument put forward in the motion, is whether this is sufficient ground. Our view is that the gravity of such a motion has to be preceded by a thorough and comprehensive analysis of the performance of the Speaker regarding a number of critical matters that have an impact on the functioning of Parliament. What are these critical matters? First and foremost, a deep understanding of the role of a Speaker is required. In-depth knowledge of the rules, procedures, and conventions of Parliament. An understanding of the way in which this position determines the direction, the tone, and the functioning of Parliament. It requires a deep and even intuitive knowledge and understanding of the unique working space of members of Parliament. Within this context, the Speaker should allow every party, regardless of its size or its position, a fair opportunity to be part of the debate, allowing each party to be heard and to be respected, and at the same time, be firm but fair. It is important that we do not limit our scrutiny to what we see in a sitting in Parliament, in the National Assembly. That is but one part of what Parliament is. The rest, or the true test of the Speaker, however, relates to the engine room of Parliament, the committees. The question we should answer is to what extent does the Speaker ensure that fairness, respect and opportunity to debate and ask questions are enabled by the different communities or committees? To what extent is an environment created and allowed for the executive to be held accountable? Is this Parliament one where the presidency can be held accountable? Do the chairpersons allow all parties to question and interrogate the executive? What has the Speaker done to ensure that this multi-party democracy functions optimally and that proper oversight is done? Is a system allowed and even promoted where all parties have the opportunity to serve as chairpersons of committees to enable impartial oversight and accountability? This can only be achieved if there is a healthy distance between the Speaker and the executive, when the interest of the country and its citizens are placed above the party, when the Speaker serves Parliament and not the party. This is when trust and respect is created, the essence of confidence in the presiding officer. It is therefore clear, honourable members, that a motion of no confidence cannot be limited to a single incident. Before a motion of no confidence can be considered, the totality of performance must be evaluated and the questions I set out answered, and only then can you determine whether there is confidence in the Speaker or not. Honourable Chairperson, the motion as it is tabled today does not satisfy this requirement. However, Chairperson, after scrutinising and evaluating the performance of this Parliament under this Speaker, we have to say that the Speaker has fallen short of this requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Order, Honourable Members. Order.
I think our ANC members think they are at a rally.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Let me also join the chairperson who was there before you in welcoming the delegation from the UK, and amongst them I believe is Lord Johnny Oates, who I've had the pleasure of knowing for about 30 years, and we welcome you to South Africa and look forward to further interaction with you. Honourable Chairperson, whilst the IFP recognises the importance of holding our elected officials accountable, whether they are executive or parliament, we must also remember the importance of due process and substantive reasoning when making serious allegations such as those that are before this House against the Honourable Speaker. It is not enough, we believe, to make accusations and call for someone's removal from office without presenting substantial evidence or justification for such a move. The allegations against the Honourable Speaker are serious, and as the former speaker said, the last speaker said, it deserves a thorough parliamentary investigation before any further action is taken. Without such investigation, the motion remains purely political, and the IFP believes that this does not serve our country's best interest or this institution's interests. While we find motions of no confidence are more common at the local government level, their impact is less severe than when brought at a national level. We must always be mindful that bringing motions of this nature are entrenched in our Constitution and rules of Parliament. That demonstrates the seriousness with which we must approach motions of this nature. Honourable Chairperson, we therefore urge all opposition political parties to thoroughly consider and refrain from using parliamentary procedures such as the motion of no confidence before us today for political point scoring without being absolutely sure of the substantiveness of the evidentiary material and additionally considering all the facts before us. We need to protect the integrity of this institution called Parliament. It's our institution, we work by our rules, and we need to follow our own rules. Honourable Chairperson, I was quite, and I'm going to use the word that I used when I was out of the country, I was quite flummoxed when I was a member of a delegation to the Interparliamentary Union in Bahrain recently, to learn when I was there that the Honourable Speaker of South Africa was to appear before a human rights subcommittee of the IPU to answer a charge of gross human rights violation against certain members of Parliament. And I thought to myself, why do we do this? Why do we not exhaust all the remedies that are available in our own country, in our own institutions, before we go abroad to an international institution? But I'm saying this respecting the right of any honourable member or any organization to take a matter or complaint anywhere in the world. But I would have thought that we should start in our own institution, because as Honourable Lord Treat had said, we have not exhausted all our options. This matter is going to come before the Joint Rules Committee. We as the IFP do not believe that the issues stated in this motion are substantive enough to call for a motion of no confidence in the Speaker, so we will not be supporting this motion of no confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable PJ Groenewald.
Geachte voorzitter, this motion originates from the incident that took place on the 9th of February when the Speaker asked the members of the EFF to leave the House, and they decided to get onto the stage advancing towards the President. The fact of the matter is, what then happened is that the protection services responded protecting the President from this podium. And then the leader of the official opposition, the Honourable Steenhuisen, then stood up, took a point of order, citing that the rules of Parliament had been violated and is not permissible. Now, Chair, let me put it very clearly. I then said that I want to congratulate the protection services because they did the right thing. It is proof that they are properly trained and they wouldn't even waited for permission from the Speaker to enter or not. And there's one very important thing. We must remember, and you must remember, that they protect the President, not Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Next year, after the election, we're going to have a new President. And then they will protect that President. So please understand something about security. But having said that, Honourable Chair, this House is the highest house in legislature in South Africa. We must set an example to the people of South Africa how we should act towards each other when we have differences. That's what we have to do. And we must ask ourselves, do we set that example? How do we solve our differences? By using violence? Yes, that's what happened. And then I heard a couple of speakers in the previous debate worrying about gender-based violence. So in this House, if we put the example that you solve your differences with violence, what do you expect from the people of South Africa? And therefore, Honourable Speaker, coming to you, I want to say that you, as presiding officer, has the obligation to ensure that the integrity and the decorum of this House being protected. You failed to do that. The rules of Parliament allows these sort of actions. Therefore, you must ensure that we have proper rules. For instance, you should make a rule with the parties that if a member is asked to leave the House and he or she refuses, been fined with 3 months' salary. It's as simple as that. Chairperson, but I grew up as a fair and just person, and I will not blame the Speaker for the incidents of the 9th of February. Therefore, we will not support the motion of no confidence. Honourable Malema, I want to speak to you. First, I want to say that you're a Commander-in-Chief. Your party decided on that name. They respect you for that. Nothing wrong. But you must remember one thing. A Commander-in-Chief actually is a person with certain features, like characteristics.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Thank you.
Can I?
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
I will. Can I just conclude?
No.
Can I conclude?
No, Honourable Member, your time has expired. Thank you.
You're lucky. I'll address you next time. Because you don't act like a Commander-in-Chief.
Honourable Member. All honourable members, the next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Acting Chair, had today's motion been motivated by the Speaker's decision to refuse the secret ballot during last year's voting on the Phala Phala independent panel report, it would have received much more support. Now, the ACDP was one of many parties that wrote to the Speaker to request her to reconsider her decision not to allow a secret vote. And this in view of the threats to ANC MPs. The sad result of this subsequent vote is that the impeachment process will go no further than the first step unless a court of review decides otherwise. Now, the motion before us seeks to remove the Speaker on the basis of decisions taken following events which unfolded at SONA. And in a new level of disruption, the stage was stormed. The intention was unknown, and required the urgent intervention of parliamentary and other security agencies. Now, Rule 11, Joint Rule 11.1a says presiding officers must maintain and preserve the order and proper decorum of the House and uphold the dignity. Rule 2b2 says members must comply with rulings made by the presiding officers. Chairperson, South Africans are bone weary of the disruptions in Parliament. They want to hear the solutions to the challenges facing the nation. They wanted to hear what the President had to say. Now, the rules don't make provision for an eventuality of MPs storming the stage. That is because the Powers and Privileges Act cover this, as pointed out by other speakers. Section 4, when there is an immediate danger to the life or safety of any person or damage to any property, members of the security forces may, without obtaining permission, enter upon and take action in the precinct. They were allowed to do that. And the Constitutional Court upheld this when they said plainly the hurried entry by members of the security services in terms of this section without sanction from the Speaker is meant to avert harm to whoever may be at risk. Now, this is crucial. The court also said, surely the privilege contained in this section can never go so far as to give members a license to disrupt the proceedings of Parliament, that it may be hamstrung and incapacitated from conducting its business. And that is the situation we faced with on that day. And the ACDP agrees and will not support this motion. And Honourable Malema, I say this with the greatest love and respect, sir. You are not in charge. There is a God in heaven, and He rules in the affairs of men. He is sovereign and is in charge. And remember, sir, my dear brother, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Malabongwe, Egamalan Kosi. Praise the name of the Lord. Amen.
Order, honourable members. Order. The Honourable Kwankwa. Order, honourable members.
Thank you.
Order, honourable members.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I hope I'm audible this time around. Am I audible?
Honourable members, there is too much noise.
My time, Chairperson.
No, they must reset it to 3 minutes.
Please.
You may now proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. With the benefit of hindsight, comrades, we probably should be asking the question whether we did not make a mistake by scheduling this motion of no confidence at this point in time. I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. It is simply because the internal processes of Parliament are yet to kick in to try and investigate what happened on February 9th. Do we not now run the risk of preempting the outcome of those processes by having the perhaps what we should be doing?
Order, honourable members.
Yes. I'll tell you why we're saying this. It's simply because, remember this, in essence, the motion of no confidence centers around one incident, or an incident that happened on February 9th. It doesn't say there's a general pattern of behavior that demonstrates impartiality on the side of the Speaker, nor does it actually combine quite a number of incidents where we can say concretely that there is a general pattern of impartiality. Also, the issue of the strategic leadership of the Speaker of Parliament is also very important when we consider such a motion. Perhaps what we should do in future, we should actually show the same respect that we show to matters that are in court by saying when parliamentary processes are still investigating, we shouldn't be scheduling matters for debate. Because it's difficult now for us to have an entry point, because without an official report of the Joint Rules Committee, for instance, which is tasked to investigate the matter, what official position do we take when we discuss this matter? Do we only provide our... No, it's about, the question really is about the leadership of the institution and how we run it. Because then the question would be, no, but we all allowed it, we sit in the programming committee. But precisely because Nina, you allow these things, and But the issue about the strategic direction of Parliament, you must be able to provide credible evidence to say whether the Speaker, through her actions, has subverted checks and balances on the executive. If the answer is an emphatic yes, then there are grounds for such a motion to be moved. But also operationally, how is Parliament functioning? Is it functioning optimally, yes or no? There needs to be guiding principles and the criteria and questions to answer. Because now this housing at in and man and sit, I reviewed the video. Is that what we must do? Say we sat and we reviewed the video on TV and this is the perspective we're taking. And that's completely wrong. And because we feel that perhaps this discussion is at this point in time premature, up until there's a credible report and Parliament has concluded its investigative processes, we're unfortunately not in a position to support it. I'm much obliged to you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Zungula. All Honourable Members. Honourable Members. Let's give the member the opportunity to address the House. It's his democratic right to do so. Continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. The role of a Speaker is paramount for Parliament to be an effective arm of the state. The Speaker ought to be non-partisan, fair, objective, and most importantly, fulfill her task taking into account the constitutional expectations of Parliament. One of the critical functions of Parliament is oversight and accountability over the executive. Parliament, time and time again, has been correctly criticized for failing to hold the executive accountable. The role of a Speaker is to create an environment in which members can fulfill their oversight and accountability responsibilities without fear. Opposition parties have been spearheading the work of holding the executive accountable, but most of those efforts are blocked. As ATM, we submitted requests for the use of a secret ballot for sensitive motions, but the Speaker rejected the use of voting mechanism that protects the members. Even when members of this House received death threats last December, the Speaker offered no protection to the members. The Speaker has unfairly removed members from the proceedings of this House. Practically, the Speaker has been attempting to intimidate and silence vocal members who speak against wrongdoing. Instead of having a Speaker that protects members of Parliament, we have a Speaker that is shielding the executive from accountability. This cripples the role of Parliament and effectively renders the institution ineffective. Manyawuza, the country is failing. And because the country is collapsing, it requires Parliament to be effective. And for the Parliament to be effective, your role as a Speaker is important. When you fail as a Speaker, Manyawuza, to create an environment for members to fulfill their constitutional obligation, Parliament effectively fails the people. When the people are failed, there is no arm of the state that will enjoy the confidence of the people and will have a failed state. We don't want our country, we don't want our children to inherit a failed state. Hence, we want an effective Parliament. Parliament can only be effective when it has a Speaker that puts the interests of the Constitution more than their own party. The country needs a Speaker of Parliament, not a Speaker of one party that has failed to govern the country. As the ANC, you have failed to govern the country. You are failing upper Parliament. As the ATM, we support the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order, Honourable Members. The next speaker is the Honourable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the events of the 9th of February during the joint sitting for the State of the Nation address are an embarrassment. It's a great privilege to be elected to serve in our nation's National Assembly, charged with implementing a new constitutional democracy for the benefit of the people of our beautiful country. With that great privilege comes a great responsibility to conduct ourselves in a manner that allows for the work of our democracy to happen. Parliament is the place for robust debate and contestation of ideas. We have the freedom to vehemently disagree, protected by the ultimate freedom of speech. Members of the 14 parties represented in the National Assembly are delegates of constituencies of South African voters. We champion the mandate we received in the last election through debate, motions, questions. We come here to use words and argument to persuade our opponents. When members of this House stormed the stage to prevent the President from speaking, their conduct lacked legitimacy. On the 9th of February, members of this House engaged in grossly disorderly conduct. That conduct was confusing and threatening. The response from the Speaker may or may not have been right in that moment. Hindsight gives us some benefit. But confronted by unprecedented conduct of members storming a stage where the President was seated and where their intentions were not obviously peaceful, the Speaker cannot be faulted for any decision she made to restore order. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of honourable members from the UK. Thank you for being here. But I just want to say what you're seeing here today is the norm. So you get a lot of fun, excitement in this particular parliament. But Chairperson, I think the issue of votes of no confidence against speakers and mayors is the new norm in South Africa. You find this in all over municipalities where political parties are bringing votes of no confidence. And I must admit that this is all motivated by power and control and absolutely nothing else. The last thing on the mind of politicians when they bring this votes of no confidence is the interest of the 60 or 62 million people we are supposed to serve. The question is, what is a speaker supposed to do in a house like this when it becomes dysfunctional, when there's mayhem and there's chaos, even going to the extent of breaking the very same furniture, which we have to now repair, but you could use that money to deliver services. Let me ask the question, does anybody realize how many millions of rands it is we are spending today, which we could have used to serve the 60 million people on the ground, just to have this futile vote of removing the Speaker of this House? It's just a wasted exercise. So it's not about the people. It is about power, it's about control, selfishness and greed. That is what it is all about. Now, what the Honourable Speaker did on that day is the correct thing to do, because the Speaker in this House has the responsibility to protect everybody in this House, including the person on the podium, which was the President. And if the life was in danger of the President, of course she has the right to do what she does. And she must do it again and again if it needs be. That's what she must do. Now the question I want to ask is, what if the Honourable Speaker did not do the right thing and bring in the protection services, and let's assume the President had to be injured? Then what happened? The very same political parties in the House will say the Speaker did not perform her duties to the best of her ability. That is what they would say. So what the Speaker did, in my full view, sitting in this House, was the correct thing to do, and I want to commend you, Honourable Speaker, for what you have done, and if you have the opportunity, you do it again. Honourable members in this House do not only disrespect the Speaker, they even disrespect all the honourable members.
Honourable member, your time has now expired. Thank you.
So the NFP will not support this motion.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Kaba.
Honorable Speaker, members and members of the executive, the mover of this motion seeks to absolve himself from the obligation of taking the responsibility for the shameful anarchy he and his party caused during the joint sitting for the State of the Nation address. The ANC outrightly rejects this frivolous motion as nothing else but an attempt to divert our focus on the misconduct of EFF members on the day. The argument is that the Speaker misconducted herself in that she suppressed the right to free speech and discriminated against the members of a particular political party. That is far from the truth. It is also not true that the Speaker called the EFF members animals. Malema stands on this podium and makes wide accusation that a member of his party was inappropriately handled.
Honorable member, let me recognize the Honorable Shavambu. You may take a seat, Honorable Kaba. Just take a seat, please. Honorable Shavambu. Order, honorable members. Is the mic on? Order, honorable members. Can we ensure that the mic that the member is switched on and activated? Order, honorable members. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. So the Speaker who is speaking there on the podium says Malema stands here and is referring to the Commander-in-Chief. He must respect the Commander-in-Chief.
Order,
if
honorable
you continue
members.
speaking like that, we're going to close this contract.
Order, honorable members.
If you continue talking like that,
Honorable
Shabambu,
what is the point of order?
The point of order is that you can't say Malema speaks.
Honorable,
here. He must
thank you.
refer to him in his proper title
Thank
of
you.
Commander-in-Chief.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Kawa. Let's refer to each other in respectful terms and not on a first name or surname basis only.
Thank you. Honorable Malema stands on this podium and makes wide accusation that a member of his party was inappropriately handled. He did not ask himself why she reported that incident to him and not to the authorities of this parliament. Another untruth. The Speaker is criticized because both her and the President come from the same party. The target on the day was the President. The Speaker understands her role fully well. Her understanding is summed up by New South Wales Legislative Assembly Speaker Ray Maher when she said, I quote, this is what that speaker said, nothing that happens elsewhere is likely to affect my impartiality in the control of this House. I have a job to do and it would be most improper if in my control of this House I have to subject to party discipline and in that way be more sympathetic to members on one side of the chamber than the other. As far as my political loyalty and principles are concerned, I'm subject fully to the control of the party to which I belong. As far as my administration of this House is concerned and my control of the proceedings of this House, I'm subject only to this honorable House, whose servant I am, close quote. Through this motion, the mover is disguising what actually happened on the day in question. The intention is to mislead the nation. When Honorable Malema did not get his way, he violently bolted onto the stage with the intention to cause a fright, and they sheepishly followed him. We don't know what else he wanted or intended to do. Who would not have suspected that he intended to harm the president? The EFF members have made Malema, Honorable Malema, to think that he is the only person and they are nobody. And he comes and practices that in this House. Honorable John Stayerson stood up to defend the anarchy and chaos. I was disappointed, utterly disappointed. The need for strong and courageous leader grows every day as right-minded South Africans, ordinary people, seek better solutions to end poverty and reduce unemployment. The theatrics that the members of this House are subjected to is an antithesis of this noble objective of addressing the challenges we face. This is supposed to be the platform for the contestation of ideas. As Chairman Mao said, let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 schools of thought contend, close quote. Mao was challenging the intellectuals of his country, different and competing ideas, to voice their opinions about the issues of the day. Joe is better than war, to paraphrase Winston Churchill. I have been in this House for 3 years, but I still cannot tell you what the EFF essentially represents other than anarchy and chaos. Honorable members, it must be mentioned that on the day of the SONA, the Speaker afforded all members who raised various procedural points to add their views. We observed how, in many instances, some members of the EFF undermined the authority of the Speaker to maintain the decorum of the House and to allow the President to address the nation. On an occasion, convened at his request. It must be said that it was the first time in the history of Parliament that a group of members of Parliament stormed the stage and, worse enough, approaching the President of the Republic. The whole nation stood in wonder at what was happening. We have a history in this country of fighting for many years against the oppressive regime of apartheid. We come from a period where human rights were disregarded, a period where the right of freedom of speech and freedom of expression was outlawed. We now have the Constitution that guarantees freedom of speech. However, laid down as a general principle of construction, free speech would not in any way connote the acceptance that you use your freedom of speech to prevent other people from exercising their right to free speech. That is both bullying and thuggery. Section 58(1)(a) and Section 71(1)(a) of the Constitution make freedom of speech in the two houses subject to the rules and orders. The drafters of the Constitution anticipated that there will be times like this and built in a limitation clause. Consistent with this approach, in DA versus Speaker, and the Constitutional Court held that freedom of speech, I quote, can never go as far as to give members a license to disrupt the proceedings of Parliament, that it may be hamstrung and incapacitated from conducting its business. This would detract from the very reason d'etre of Parliament, close quote. This position or this decision was confirmed in Delil, where Mohammed CJ held, I open quote, without some such internal mechanism of control and discipline, the Assembly will be impotent to maintain effective discipline and order during the debate. In terms of the rules of the Joint Rules of Parliament, member may not engage grossly disorderly conduct in the House and its forums, including using or threatening violence against a member or other person, or acting in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity, decorum, or orderly procedure of this House. In the Joint Rules further provide that in the event of violence ensuing in the chamber, as a result of members resisting removal, the presiding officer may suspend proceedings and members of security services may be called by the Speaker during such period of suspended proceedings to assist with the removal of members from the chamber and the precinct of Parliament forthwith, provided that the security services may intervene directly anywhere in the precinct and in the chamber in terms of Section 4 of the Privileges Act when there is immediate danger to the life and safety of any person or damage to any property. Close quote. I argue that the storming of the stage posed an immediate danger to the life of the president. To that extent, the Speaker correctly exercised these powers. It is common cause that the EFF is on record that they don't want President Ramaphosa, and therefore their storming of Parliament cannot be storming of Parliament or the stage cannot be interpreted in any other way. Our message to the EFF is simple: you cannot have your cake and eat it. We would not allow ourselves to be bamboozled by you. On that day, the treatment meted against the EFF members teaches them the right etiquette. The only inference is that the action was not punitive, but protective. The means are proportional to their actions. It behooves upon this House to condemn the EFF. It behooves this House to condemn the EFF members for anarchy and thuggery. The ANC, therefore, will not support this motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Jafta.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The National Assembly may remove the Speaker or Deputy Speaker from office by a resolution. The procedure set out in paragraph 1 of Schedule 3 of the Constitution applies to the election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. Section 52 of the Constitution tells us so. The position and the election of the Speaker of Parliament is one of the customary markers of our young democracy. It bears reputation that our courts have often reminded us that, I quote, accountability is necessitated by the reality that constitutional office bearers occupy their positions in authority on behalf of and for the common good of the people, close quote. Honorable members, the Speaker is the upper guardian of our people. She is required to remain neutral and fair to all members of the National Assembly. While we believe that objective facts do not justify the removal of the Speaker, we want to plead with the Speaker to reflect on some of the decisions she has taken in the past, especially the removal of Honorable Zungula. This was unfair and impassive. The mode of democracy also complicates this debate. Its effect is to render the removal of the Speaker insignificant. We argue this point because the removal of the Speaker will result in the election of yet another ANC-aligned Speaker. The implication of multi-party system of democracy also compounds this anomaly. This is so because the number of political parties and their compositions in this parliament attracts a contested space. The National Assembly is therefore bound to be divided across the political divide, especially because a large number of these parties defected from the ANC. In our case, we came into existence primarily because the interests of the people on the ground were no longer taken serious, and many were forced to live in squalor. For now, we won't support this motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Hendricks.
Honourable House Chair, Al-Jamaah does not support the way honourable members are removed from Parliament. It was not acceptable for a man to mishandle an honourable female member of the EFF and touch sensitive parts of a woman's body. I saw it. It is also unacceptable for a woman to do so. The latest removal episode, which is a subject of debate, is also unfortunate. The issue, Honourable House Chair, is not the Speaker, but the rules, the advice of the Secretary of Parliament, the legal advisers and the parliamentary table. This was the case at Sona. The safety of the President of a country is of paramount importance and not technicalities that we've heard today. His protection team used artificial intelligence to come to his aid. Al-Jamaa is happy that the Speaker did not interfere and displayed the wisdom of Solomon. Nothing must stand in the way to keep the President of a country safe. Every action of the Speaker is compliant and she treats all parties with decorum and fairness. The Speaker not only chairs plenary sessions and debates, but most of the work is outside these events. That work, I have not heard, was faulted. Al-Jamaa has full confidence in the present Speaker and Al-Jamaa wants her to serve a full term. While all honourable members must be treated equally, the leaders of political parties must be treated with more decorum and alternative remedy must be provided in the rules. This estranges constituency and harms the respect people have for Parliament. Those removed in this way could just be our next president. Honourable Malema has told the nation he will be their next president. He is of course very bold, but let us wait for the outcome of the 2024 elections. Calling protests in Parliament anarchy is anti-revolutionary, and honourable members of the EFF are certainly not anarchists. The present Speaker needs all our support, and Al-Jamaa will continue to respect the Honourable Speaker and the team as she has not fallen short as claimed by the official opposition. The call for removal of the President and replace the Speaker does not serve any purpose as elections are around the corner. Let the streets and the people decide in 2024. We will then know who is in charge. The people are in charge. The streets are in charge. The motion of the EFF is in order to test the waters, but Al-Jamaa cannot support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition.
House Chair, the true test of an effective head of a national legislature is whether an individual can impartially and with integrity carry out our constitutional obligations as Parliament. It would be dishonest for anyone to argue that this House is ran impartially and with integrity. It is not. This critical role cannot be occupied by an individual who on numerous occasions has undermined the Constitution, disregarded the role of Parliament as an oversight body, and routinely forgets about the principle of separation of powers. That is why in August 2021, when the President brazenly instructed the ANC members of this House to elect the Speaker, the DA objected to her election. We objected because the President shuffled his deck of cards to remove a deeply compromised minister in his cabinet, only to shackle us as the national legislature with an individual who could never rise to the occasion. We all knew that a minister of 19 years who had always treated Parliament with disdain would not miraculously transform into a defender of legislative oversight. And when the true test of impartiality came, the Speaker failed. She failed on key 5 metrics. Number 1, the rebuilding of Parliament. Over a year since the fire gutted the parliamentary precinct, we are still none the wiser about who's to be held accountable. We are still scrambling for a venue to convene so that we can get back to the work of serving South Africans. Number 2, the implementation of the Zondo Commission recommendations. Almost a year after the President tabled the final recommendations, this House is yet to take action against MPs and sitting ministers who are heavily implicated in that report. Instead, the Speaker has delayed this process. Number 3, the strengthening of accountability. Following the scathing findings of the Zondo Commission against Parliament, the DA tabled a series of amendments to the rules of the National Assembly so that we can reintroduce mechanisms such as interpellations, a stronger form of interrogating the executive as the Constitution expects us to do. It was shot down by the ANC majority for no reason. The DA and other opposition parties like the IFP have been calling for the establishment of a portfolio committee that would oversee the super presidency, the growing super presidency that has also been stalled by the ANC. The Speaker has also failed on number 4, maintaining order in the House. And this, I think, is quite important. The Speaker has no ability to restore order in this chamber. There is clearly no de-escalation measures in place, and that is why the DA was quick to remind the Speaker of the process to follow when members of this House are rejected from the chamber. Indeed, the violence and disruption of political parties also has no place in the chamber, where we are expected to show leadership, and South Africans are looking to us to show leadership to them. Members, two things can be true at the same time. We must reject the politics of violence and disruption in Parliament, but so too we must reject the overreach of the executive and the use of armed security personnel as a permanent feature of our chamber. The Speaker has failed on the last metric, which is impartiality and integrity. Key bodies such as the Programming Committee, which are chaired by the Speaker, are often stifled, and effective proposals from the opposition are often stifled and blocked by the ANC. Whether it is us calling for ministers to answer questions in the House or requiring the portfolio committees to meet in person so that we can do our work, these are treated as though we are asking for favors from the ruling party to do our jobs. And most recently, the Speaker has been found wanting in handling the impasse between Parliament and the President on the issue of the SABC board. We have been hearing about back and forth between the President and the Speaker, and the public broadcaster is yet to have a board so many months later. In this short space of time that the Speaker has been at the helm of this institution, we have seen its deterioration. It is undeniable. However, the DA cannot support this motion as it stands. The motion is deficient and it is procedurally flawed. It is in contravention of Rule 90 of the Rules of the National Assembly, which speaks to the rule of anticipation. If we were to support this motion, it would need to be comprehensive and cover the elements which I've mentioned above, but it does not. And that is why we have elected to abstain from this vote today. And our abstinence from this vote should never be construed as a vote of confidence in you, Madam Speaker. Our abstinence is motivated by the fact that the motion before us today does not even scratch the surface of why you are ill-suited for this role. Yours will be the legacy of the last Speaker of the National Assembly, where the ANC held a majority. And you will be remembered as the Speaker that hastened its decline of this institution. The constitutional giants that came before you, like Dr. Jinwala and Mr. Max Sisulu, built a foundation that is being deliberately obliterated by you and your party. You see, a working parliament cannot coexist with a governing party that is packed to the rafters with individuals who are only honorable by name. That is why a working parliament is not in the interests of the ANC. The only way to rebuild this institution is to remove this governing party that has provided over the destruction of this institution at the ballot box. Oh, and I can bet you that we shall. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Maslaule.
Chairperson, I have asked the permission from the Chief Whip to speak about scrotums, because that's what we are invited to talk about. But we are going to characterize people who like talking about scrotums. You know, when we were young, we used to go to swimming by the river. And of course, we would swim naked. The character that analyzes other people's scrotums and anything that is linked to those scrotums is the one that had the smallest one. That is why you will see Honorable Malema saying, I've got you by scrotums. It's because he understands that we have the biggest and he has the smallest. If he knew that we had the smallest, he will be saying this. But let's debate the motion.
Order, honorable members.
The EFF has mastered the art of abusing the rules of the House by disguising disruptions as point of orders. While they can afford to boycott the SONA, as they don't respect the people of South Africa who sent them here, some of us cannot, as we meant the oath that we affirmed and swore when we became members of this House. This abuse of rules has reached alarming levels and anarchy, as we saw EFF members storming the stage with placards under the pretext of protesting peacefully and threatening the person of the president. Of course, the EFF has won a reputation of entertaining people as its democracy in action stance prompted a slew of memes on social media platforms. Yes, the EFF is entertaining for TikTokers, but for rational and caring South Africans, the EFF's attention-grabbing tactics mean that nothing can get done in the National Assembly if the Speaker does not act. Therefore, no one should advocate for the EFF what the EFF did during the SONA 2023, primarily because such barbaric behavior displayed by the EFF is responsible for the low esteem in which this National Assembly is held today in South Africa. As the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Mapisa Ngakula is duty-bound to reverse the current disdain of the National Assembly linked to the EFF's conduct, using her creative thinking, immense patience, and tolerance. Unfortunately, the EFF's only talent is disruptions and anarchy. As the psychologist Abraham Maslow once said, if the only tool you have is a hammer, you tend to see every problem as a nail. We can't blame the EFF though. They can only approach situations with the only tools that are in their toolbox. Distraction is their way as they have never built anything. Nevertheless, we must applaud the Speaker for a firm stance to remove the EFF from the chamber as an effective way of remedying and rebuilding the National Assembly's decorum that the EFF was so proud of distracting. Unsurprisingly, as it has been the norm, the EFF proposes a manifesto of mistruth outlined by its third-rate politician as the basis for the motion of no confidence in the Speaker. Theirs is based on the complete misunderstanding of the joint rules of the Parliament and the Speaker's alleged contempt for the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and failure to act fairly and impartially. This manifesto of mistruth is disingenuous as it seeks to disguise, hide, and defend the consistent unparliamentary conduct of the EFF. Thus, the deliberate mistruth contained in the manifesto should be understood as inganekwane and should be completely deleted from the Hansard to save the 6th Parliament of the indignity of future generations reading about this embarrassing act. The Speaker is duty-bound to sanitize the EFF's attention-grabbing tactics, but the EFF appears to ignore its overstretched hand when it did the most baseless, undemocratic, and un-South African thing in the history of SONA. Before the SONA, the EFF's third-rate politician was captured in the media stating that his party will show President Ramaphosa what it is made of, as if the National Assembly was a reality show. The EFF has always been willing to break the rules of polite decorum expected of members of the National Assembly and disregard to the President's boundaries during SONA. The Speaker's actions to restore order and decorum in the House should be commended, as it was contingent upon whether the threat of the EFF's third-rate politician in the media to commit violence or cause harm. In a logical sense, the remarks captured in the media constitute threat, but determining if the threat was made with the intention to commit violence is unpredictable. However, it is obvious that the EFF's decision to climb on the stage was not only infantile disorder, but also established an intention to cause harm to the President and violate the sanctity of the House. As such, the Speaker had no option but to take firm stance that matched up with the EFF's inappropriate attention-grabbing tactics. While the EFF and other like-minded opposition parties denounce the Speaker's firm stance, the ANC applauds her passion and decisiveness, as no party has a right to disrupt a program of the National Assembly and physically attack the President or any other person in the House for that matter. Of course, the EFF argues that there is no rule of the National Assembly that empowers the Speaker to invite the members of the security services into the chamber. This is tantamount to saying that the Speaker should have folded her arms and watched the EFF to bring down the House with their only tool inside their toolbox, which is always violence and anarchy. Even more disturbing, the Speaker should have watched without batting an eyelid and maybe even applauded the EFF's shameful act and embarrassment and humiliate the President on the podium, as this is what the party does to anyone it disagrees with. Unfortunately, this is not what we call cliques or H&M or anything in any restaurant that the EFF does not like and attack it. This is the National Assembly, and we shall keep the decorum of this House. The Speaker does not exist to safeguard the interests of the ANC, nor ensure that any challenge to the ANC's interest must be punished through the removal of opposing MPs from the chamber. The Speaker has conducted herself as an open-minded and impartial presiding officer since her election. Speaker, we know that you are not divisive, but effective. You are not partisan, but firm on the difference between right or wrong. Hence, the ANC does not support this manifesto of mistruth, poorly formulated as a motion from the EFF to use its fake reality show set that is far from reality. The reality part is that the unparliamentary conduct of the EFF, which must be removed by voters in 2024 from this House, must be affirmed by the Speaker. Speaker, never listen to these fools to censure you and make you question your capabilities as a legislative leader. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much. Speaker, whether you like it or not, Parliament is the highest stage of protest. And when people exercise their right to protest, even at this level, you should never call that a threat to the President. Because what we did on the day when we came to the stage, we were carrying placards with our hands up. A person with hands up can never be a threat, can only be a threat to non-thinkers and who don't know how threat gets to be conducted. So it is entirely wrong to say that the President was under threat. Secondly, you must be removed not because there are so many things you have to do. There are certain things that if you do this one wrong, it doesn't even have to be subjected to any process. To call police on the stage with a gun. What if that policeman discharges
that firearm on a member of parliament, he get triggered, charges a firearm on a member of parliament, that will be in your hands, because you have a responsibility, Speaker, to protect members of parliament. And you can't fail to protect members of parliament and still want to proceed to preside over such people that you have failed to preside on. You must have a lot of patience, which you don't have. And you should have asked the one who came before you. She exercised that patience to the latter. Mam Tandi will never do what you did. She gave us opportunity to raise our voice. She gave us an opportunity to participate in this parliament without fear or favor. But what you did on that day was deliberate to intimidate members of parliament. And once you intimidate members of parliament, parliament will never ever hold the executive accountable. We are here to do one thing and one thing only, is to hold the executive accountable, and we must do so without fear or favor. We have not broken any law, whether you like it or not. And on many occasions, the court has agreed with us that the EFF is actually correct, even when in the previous parliament you wanted to take our salaries because we're holding the executive accountable. The court said you are wrong.
Honorable Malema, just take your seat, please. I see a hand of the member at the back. Why are you rising, Honorable Member? Order, Honorable Member, don't do that again. I have not recognized you have no right to address the Assembly. That member is on his feet on a point of order. Let me hear his point of order.
I wanted to check if Honorable Malema agrees with Honorable Mifawule that is...
No, Honorable Member, that's not a point of order. That's a point for the debate. Please take your seat. Continue, Honorable Malema.
I fully agree with him. I agree with what Honorable Mataule said. I agree with that. Yes. Now, what is important, Speaker, is that you have to be the most patient person, impartial person, and you know you don't have those two qualities. And the parliament can never function because of your attitude towards members of the opposition. On that day, you took out people out on the basis of being members of a political party. The people you never called their names, the people you never warned before, like you did with other members, you warn them, take them out. You never did that. All you did was to be impatient with anything that looked red, and you removed from parliament. As to the issue of sexual harassment, that matter was brought to our attention, and you did some investigation during the president's budget speech, and you did some investigation and you dismissed members of parliament, the women who said men were touching our breasts. That matter was raised, and someone comes here and says, no, we are raising an unfounded allegation. We believe our women. Don't say 2 minutes, just be patient. I told you I'm in charge. Whether it's small or big, I'm in charge. You can't do anything about it. I speak beyond the minutes offered to me. You know why? I'm in charge.
Honorable Member,
you can jump
your time is now expired. Thank you very much.
The EFF doesn't have confidence in the
Honorable
Speaker
Member,
of this parliament.
your time has expired.
We want you to fall. It might not be today,
Honorable Member,
but you must know
your time has expired.
Make sure that you fall.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Please take your seats now. Honorable members, please take your seats so that we can proceed. Thank you. Honorable members, I know Order. I know the Honorable Minister. Order. I know the Honorable Minister Gungubele showed me his fingers and said the Honorable Malema only had 2 minutes. In fact, he saved time earlier in the debate. And as we do, the table simply added to the time at the end. So there was no special privilege granted to the Honorable Member. Order. I will now proceed, order Honorable Members, I will now proceed to put the motion by the Honorable Malema. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? Yes, there are objections. I will put the question. Those in favor of the removal of the Speaker from office in terms of Section 52, subsection 4 of the Constitution will say aye. And those against the removal of the Speaker from office will say no. I think the noes have it. Yes, Honourable Member. Order.
We are calling for division.
A division having been called, Honourable Members, I wish to remind you, order, that in terms of Section 52, subsection 4 of the Constitution and National Assembly Rule 28, the Speaker may be removed from office by a majority of the members of the Assembly present today when the resolution is adopted. The bells will be rung for 10 minutes. Honourable members, please take up your allocated seat. Honourable members, take up your seats. Honourable Manamela, will you take up your seat, please? Order, honourable members. Please pay attention to the voting procedure that will be used. The rules of the National Assembly provide for different procedures for members to cast their votes. These include voting by electronic means or a manual voting procedure by way of a whip or by voice. The rules also stipulate that the Speaker must predetermine the voting procedure. For this division, the acting Speaker determined that the manual voting system will be used, whereby each member will be called upon and requested to voice his or her vote. In terms of the rules, all members present when the question is put, with the doors barred, must vote or record an abstention. This rule does not apply to a minister or a deputy minister who is not a member of the House. Political parties have been requested to provide a list of members who will be called first when it is their party's turn to vote. After that party's list has been called, the remaining members of the party will be called alphabetically. The Secretary will call each member from the membership list, starting with those from the majority party. Members will be called by their surname, followed by their initials. In order to facilitate the process, I appeal to honourable members to indicate only their vote. The speeches are done now. Without a preamble or a statement, and also without delaying. Members must thus simply indicate yes, no, or abstain. In the event a member's name is called and they are present, but for whatever reason do not indicate their vote, an opportunity will be provided for such members to raise their hands after the last member is called from the list, at which point they will be recognized to cast their vote. The question before the House is that the motion as moved by the Honourable Mr. J S Malema for the removal from office of the Speaker be agreed to. Those in favour of the removal of the Speaker from office in terms of Section 52, subsection 4 of the Constitution will say yes, and those against the removal of the Speaker from office will say no, and those who want to abstain will record their vote as such. Voting will now commence, and the doors of the chamber will remain locked until voting is concluded. The Secretary will now proceed to call members. The Secretary.
Majordina, PCP.
No.
Mashatile, PS.
No.
Mapisa Ngakula, NN.
No.
Sinodi, SL.
No.
Buroto, MG.
No.
Ndombela, MLD.
No.
Dagude, DE. Lisuma, RMM.
No.
Khadebe, BA.
No.
Tele, PH.
No.
Chikunga, LS.
No.
Chrissy, BD.
No.
Didiza, 18.
No.
Damini Zuma, NC.
No.
Godongwana E.
No.
Godan PJ. Godan PJ. Gungubele M.
No.
Kivit N.
No.
Kodwa NG.
No.
Kubai MC. MT. Kubai MT. Lamula RO.
No.
Mandashe SG.
No.
Mtunu ES. Mtunu ES. Modise TR.
No.
Utsecha MA.
No.
Mutwaleti PA.
No.
Ndabeni Abrahams ST.
No. No.
Chabeni KPS. Ngesi TWT. Ngesi TWT. Nzimande BE. Nzimande BE. Pando ENM. Pando GNM. Patel E.
No.
Phala MJ.
No.
Ramukhupa ML.
No.
Zikalala S.
No.
Zulu LD.
Unomkhulu. No.
Bapela KO.
No.
Botius A.
No.
Benz Namasha Z.
Ndiyachasa.
Tapa PN. Tapa RN. Lomo SM.
No.
Kina N.
No.
Olomisa SP.
No.
Jeffrey JH.
No.
Kekana PS.
Akidumele.
Mafu NN.
Aye.
Mathalela AF.
No.
Mahlobo MD.
No.
Majola FZ.
Pass.
Makwetla SP.
No.
Manamela K.
No.
KB.
No.
Mangu LN.
No.
Mapulane MP.
Big no.
Mashiko Dlamini KC.
No.
Masondo D.
Not present.
Masondo D.
Not present.
Matale CC.
No.
Mhaule MR.
No.
Muloi PE.
No.
Murolong IK. Murolong IK. Mutaung NE.
No.
Nkabane NP.
No.
Nzuza NP.
No.
Peters EP.
No.
Pilane Majake MCC.
No.
Squatcha M.
No.
Soju MM.
No.
Swartz B.
No.
Tau MPF.
No.
Tolashe NG.
No.
Chabalala J.
No, 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 no.
Chwete P.
No.
Abraham PN.
No.
Adams RC.
No.
Adwans NG.
No.
April HJ.
Absolute near.
Biekes AJ.
Near.
Bilankulu JH.
Ani minason.
Bilankulu N.
Na ala
Bongo BT.
No.
Butelezi NS.
No.
Kapa N.
No.
Chabane MS.
No.
Direko DR.
No.
Dlamini ME,
No.
Dlamini NE,
No.
Dlamini SM,
No.
Dlulane PN, Dlulane PN,
No.
Dunjwa MAL,
Aye.
Kyanki QR,
Aye.
Kancho N,
No.
Kela A,
No.
Komba MM,
No.
Gumbu TT,
No.
Gumede SN,
No.
Hadebe PM,
Cha.
Harvard X,
No.
Hermans J,
Yeah.
Songo AS,
No.
Jacobs F,
No.
Jacobs KL, James TH,
No.
Jomat Peterson TM,
No.
Kumalo FE,
No.
Kibi MT,
No.
Kwornov GW,
Nia. No.
Kodampeko ZA,
No.
Kubeka NJ,
No.
Kula SM, Lehwase,
Order, honorable members, order.
Lehwase TI,
No.
Letsie WT,
Ekhan Kiahana.
Lubengo ML,
No.
Luzipo S,
No.
Make JJ, Make JJ, Mabe BP,
No.
Mabiletsa MD,
No.
Magaxa KE,
No.
Magwanisha G,
No.
Mahambehlala T,
And easy.
Mahlawule MG,
No.
Mahlo NP,
Nago.
Mahumapilo SOR,
No.
Makubela Mashele LS,
No.
Makubele Mahilele PP, Malachi T,
No.
Malimeta CN,
No.
Malinga VT,
No.
Malomane VP,
No.
Mamabolo JB,
As a disciplined member of the ANC, I vote no.
Order, honorable members.
Manani So JS,
No.
Mandela ZMD,
Aye, lento incinci.
Maneli PM,
No.
Maneli ST,
No.
Manganye J,
Anipfumelani na swona.
Marikwa GP, Maseko Jele, NH,
No.
Mashiko MR,
Nia manier.
Mashele TV,
No.
Masiko FA,
No.
Masondo TS,
No.
Maswale GP,
I vote no.
Masuta TM, Masuta TM, Maswanganyi MJ,
No.
Matafa OM,
No.
Matebula EF,
No.
Matuba MM, Matuba MM, Mbata SGM,
No.
Mpingo Kigaba VP,
No.
Mbuyane SH,
No.
McDonald LE,
Big no.
Mkulu TVB,
No.
Mdabe SW,
No.
Mdagane MR,
No.
Mgweba T,
No.
Mjobo LN,
No.
Mkatwa NT,
It's a no for me, Chair.
Mkize ZL,
No.
Mkhwanazi JCN.
No.
Mlenzana Z. Memezi.
No.
Is that Memezi HMS?
No.
Thank you. All right. Mutle TN.
No.
Muache RM.
No.
Modise M.
No.
Modise PMP.
No.
Muela DL.
I vote no.
Molala LE.
No.
Mulikwa MA.
No.
Munakedi MD.
No.
Marwaj Chehla PR.
No.
Motapo MRM.
Awa.
Motsecha MS. Motsecha MS. Mbanza TS.
No.
Mpumza GG.
No.
Mpushe PT.
Hayi incinci andizi.
Msimango XN.
Cha, angivumi.
Mthembu AH. Mthembu AH. Mvana NQ.
No.
Myeni ET.
No.
Myolwa DJ. Omyolwa DJ. Ndaba CN.
No.
Nuvet Drachen WS.
No.
Nkomo Z.
No.
Nkosi BS.
No.
Nonsele M.
No.
Not Nachal J.
No.
Ngola X.
It's a matter of no.
Ntobongwana N.
No.
Ntuli MM.
No.
Ntwane JC.
No.
Papo AHM.
No.
Patrien S. Or Patrien S. Sorry. Peacock NP.
No.
Pehle PA.
3 times no.
Piri CM.
Kiagana kialatula.
Peterson ML.
No.
Pillay KB.
No.
Kaiso XS. Kaiso XS. Ramadwa MM.
No. Kaiso no.
Is Kaiso no? Okay. Ramadwa MM.
I vote no.
Ramolobank A.
No.
Siabi AM.
No.
Simenya MR.
No.
Shabalala LF.
Cha angivumi.
Sibia DP.
No.
Sihlwayi NN.
No.
Siwela EK. Siwela VS. Siweya RT. Siweya RT. Skosana.
No. Go back to Suela RT. Suela RT.
No. Siweya RT.
No. Nice.
Skosana GJ.
No.
Somyo SS.
No.
Stock DM.
No.
Tape MME.
No.
Tomelang KB.
No.
Tobias TV.
Chair Monghadi.
Tseke GK.
Ga ke dumele.
Tseki MA.
Chair Mutsamaisi wa dipuisano.
Chwete B.
Andivumi.
Kyobeka Magege NP. No. Van Skalkwyk, SR. No. Volmarans, MJ.
No.
Aba, NV.
I vote no.
Aba, VC.
Sivota no.
Aba, Nchaba, PP. No. Kasa, FD.
No.
Heko, ST. No. Yabo, BS.
Keke for me. No.
Honorable members, you are prolonging proceedings yourself. We are likely to have another vote after this. So we remind you to simply indicate yes, no, or abstain. It's difficult for the staff in front to follow exactly what you're saying at the back if you add other things to it. Please proceed.
Zibula, BT. Zibula, BT. Zondi, MA.
No.
Zuma, AS. No. Zungu, TRM. No. Zwane, MJ.
No.
Hazen, JH.
Order, honorable members, order. Can we ensure that there is a functioning microphone here in front where the Honorable Steenhuisen is?
Chairperson, will abstain.
Kwahube S.
Would like to abstain.
Lotfried A.
Abstain.
Van der Walt D.
Abstain.
Masango PS.
Abstain.
Marais SJF.
Abstain.
Krumbok GR. Krambok GR. De Freitas MSF. De Freitas MSF. Hussein MH. Hussein MH. Bergman D.
I abstain.
McLuhan JJ.
Abstain.
Abrahams ALA.
I abstain.
Alexander WR.
Abstain.
Pagraham M.
I abstain.
Passon LJ.
Abstain.
Bodlani T.
Abstain.
Bond MS. Bond MS. Breitenbach G.
Abstain.
Bryant DW.
Abstain.
Kachalia GKY.
Abstain.
Cardo MJ.
Abstain.
JTM.
Abstain.
Clark MO.
Abstain.
Cuthbert Bert MJ.
Abstain.
De Villiers JN.
Abstain.
Engelbrecht J.
Abstain.
Isaac F.
Abstain.
Faber WF.
Abstain.
George DT.
Abstain.
Gondwe MM. Gondwe MM. Graham SJ.
I abstain.
Hicklin MP.
Abstain.
Horn W.
Ek bly buite stemming.
Hansinger CHH.
Abstain.
Ismail H.
I abstain.
Joseph D.
Abstain.
Kanyine TA.
Abstain.
Kakao KL.
I abstain.
Kumalo NV.
Abstain, Chair.
King CV.
Abstain, Chair.
Kola D. Clear HCC.
Abstain.
Liz RA.
Abstain.
Lejoff TA.
Abstain.
Lorima JRB.
Abstain.
Mabena TB.
I abstain.
Mabika MS. McPherson DW,
Abstain.
Majola TR, abstain. Okay. Malazi MS,
Abstain.
Mare EJ,
Abstain.
Masipa NP,
Abstain.
Mazon NWA,
I abstain.
TM, sorry.
Abstain.
Mbele ZN,
Abstain.
Mhlongo TW,
Akiritseni.
Malham KJ,
Abstain.
MPTL,
Abstain.
Maybach NG. Ngobo S,
Abstain.
Nodata BB,
Abstain.
Opperman G,
Ek bly by die stemming.
Phillips C, Phillips C, okay. Powell EL,
Abstain.
Ross AC,
Abstain.
Sarupin AN,
Abstention.
Schreiber LA, sorry. Schreiber LA, no, okay. Sihlolo IS, sorry again.
I'm abstaining, thank you.
Sharif NK,
Abstain.
Shalembe ML,
Abstain.
Spies ERJ,
Abstain.
Stab DJ,
Buitenstem.
Terabella Machesi NI,
Abstain.
Terebranch OS,
Abstain.
Van Dijk V,
By the stemming.
Van Minen BM,
Abstain.
Van Zeen AM,
Abstain.
Walters T,
Abstain.
Weber AMM,
Abstain.
Whitfield AG,
Abstain.
Wilson ER,
Abstain.
Winkler HS.
Abstain.
Malema JS.
Yes.
Shivambu NF.
Yes.
Mente NV.
Yes.
Dlamini MM.
Yes.
Mautwe OMC.
Yes.
Ndlozi MQ. Ndlozi MQ. Mashabila NR.
Yes.
Mkalipi HO.
Yes.
Ntlangwini EN.
Yes. Inkulu le ndaba.
Aris LH.
Yeah.
Zake. Zake. Chirwa NN.
Yes.
Shonyana KNF.
Yes.
Kaula MS. Kaula MS.
Ayihamba.
Koza AV.
Akahambe.
Yes.
Komane RN.
Yes.
Madingozi BS.
Yes.
Madokwe P.
Yes.
Mafanya WTI.
Yes.
Makesini M.
Yes.
Marais P.
Yes.
Matulelwa B.
Yes.
Matase NS. Matiase NS.
Yes.
Matumba A.
Abatu.
Mkondo CN.
Yebo.
Mtenjane DF.
Yes.
Mukhale T.
Yes.
Muhlala MR.
Kuyadumela.
Mukhoto SM.
Kuyadumela.
Muntwedi MK.
Kuyadumalana.
Mutsipi CCS.
We are in charge. Yes.
Msane TP.
Yes.
Noluchungu NJ,
Yes.
Pambo V,
Yes.
Paulson MZ,
Extemia.
Shembeni HA,
Siyavuma.
Siwisa AM,
Yes.
Sonti NP,
Yabo.
Tafeni N,
Yes.
Tambo S,
Yes.
Techana Y,
Ewe.
Tembekwayo SS,
Yes.
Tito LF,
Yes.
Tito LF,
Yes.
Yako YN, Yako YN,
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
Buthelezi MG. Singh N.
No.
Majosi Z.
No.
Buthelezi EM.
No.
Buthelezi SA. Cebekhulu RN. Hlengwa MD.
No.
Hlengwa M. Luthuli BN. Msimang CT.
No.
Ngobo SL. Sithole KP.
No.
Van der Merwe LL. Zondo SS.
Aye.
Groenewald PJ,
Near.
Mulder CP,
Secretary, can you just hold the Honorable Singh? Do you want to be recognized? Get the microphone, please.
Honorable Chairperson, I think the vote of Honorable Luthuli was not recorded. I couldn't hear him. And Honorable Simang and Sitole from the IFP were not called.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Can we check that, Secretary? Those three members, if their votes were recorded or not? And may I request the other members once again just to keep quiet because you are delaying proceedings. Please proceed, Secretary.
Mulder CP,
Absent.
absence, okay. Vessels W,
It is near.
Boshoff MJ,
WJ.
WJ, yes.
Near.
Priet T,
Near.
Denner H, Denner H, Groenewald IM,
Near.
May P, May P,
Secretary, let us just go back to the Honorable Denner. Her vote was not recorded.
Denner H,
Near.
Groenewald IM,
Again, no.
May P,
Near.
Mulder FJ,
Near.
Van Staden PA,
Near.
Meshwe KRJ,
Absent.
Meshwe KRJ,
Absent. Thank you.
Swart SN,
No.
Seikers ME, Sekers ME, Seikers ME,
Order. Can we get silence, honorable members?
Dit is soekers en dit is meer.
Yes. Okay. Tring MM,
No.
Olomisa PH,
And the Kweli abstain.
Kwangwa NLS,
Abstain.
Magau TL.
Mahau TL, Zungula V,
Yes.
Delil P, Delil P, Heron BN,
No. No.
Sheikh Imam AM,
No.
CBC CHM, Galo MP, Jafta SM,
No.
Likota MGP, Likota MGP, Madisha WM, Madisha WM, Nyonso M, Nyonso M, Hendrix MGE,
No.
Honourable members, as I indicated earlier, members who are present but could not, when called, indicate their vote may now raise their hands, after which I will recognize them to indicate their votes. Secretary, have we ascertained if the 3 votes from the IFP, the matter that was raised by the Honourable Singh, if those 3 votes were indeed recorded? While the NA table staff is checking, are there any other member who did not vote? There's no hands. The Secretary will read the names of a few members just to double check their vote. And can we have silence, please?
These are names of honorable honorable members of the IFP. E.M. Buthelezi. Can we use the mic, sir?
No. Thanks.
And then Buthelezi SA. Okay. Hlengwa DM.
Hlengwa MD,
MP, sorry.
MD,
Yes.
no.
No. And Honorable Ngobo? Okay. Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli?
No.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, honourable members. The voting session is now closed. Honourable Singh, please get a microphone. I can't hear you.
Yeah, Chair, you're shouting at me, but Honorable Msimang's name and Zondo, who are both present here, their names have not been called. They're there.
Can we check if those
Can they please check?
votes have been recorded? Honourable members, Honourable Singh, I'm told that the names of the members were called, right? But just to make absolutely sure that the votes of the IFP is indeed correctly recorded, I've requested the Secretary to read the names of the IFP again. Now we are going to read it again. And may I request the other members in the chamber to remain silent.
Buthelezi MG, I think it was absent. Singh N. Majosi Z.
No.
Buthelezi EM.
No.
Buthelezi SA. Buthelezi SA. Is Buthelezi SA absent? Okay. Kebekulu RN. Absent. Okay. Hlengwa MD.
No.
Hlengwa M. Absent. Okay. Lutuli BN.
No.
Msimang CT.
No.
Ngobo SL. Absent. Okay. Sitole KP.
No.
Van der Merwe LL. Absent. Okay. Zondo SS. Zondo SS.
Asivumi.
Thank you. The voting session is now closed.
We just want to check the Honorable Swart. Honorable Swart.
No.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There are 42 members who voted in favor, 73 members abstained, and 234 members voted against the motion. The motion, order, the motion is therefore not agreed to. Honorable members, order, the last item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Opposition. I will now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition to move the motion. Order, honorable members.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that this House notes that on the 1st of March 2023, the Constitutional Court unanimously dismissed the application by the President of the Republic, Mr. MC Ramaphosa, for direct access to court to hear the matter, and that the court set aside the report and findings of the Section 89 panel on the Phala Phala scandal. Further notes that the South African Revenue Service indicated on 6th March 2023 that it could not find any record that the $580,000 paid by the Sudanese businessman Hazim Mustafa for the purchase of buffalo from the president's game farm, which would be later at the center of the theft, had not been declared when it entered the Republic in December 2019. Recalls that the Assembly resolved on the 13th of December 2022 not to proceed with the establishment of a Section 89 inquiry despite the recommendations of the panel, which found that there exists prima facie evidence that the President may have committed a serious violation of the Constitution by committing a range of crimes as well as serious misconduct inconsistent with his oath of office over the alleged cover-up of theft of millions of rands hidden in a sofa in his game farm. Acknowledges that the panel's investigation was limited in scope to the President's involvement and that there still exists an urgent need for the Assembly to conduct, in line with its constitutional obligations, to maintain oversight and to ensure that all organs of state are accountable to it, for it to have its own inquiry into the alleged involvement of several government departments and entities in the alleged cover-up. Recognizes that matters surrounding the Phala Phala game farm traverse several government departments and entities, including National Treasury, including SARS, including the State Security Agency, including the SAPS, and amongst others. A dedicated forum should be established to conduct a comprehensive inquiry. Resolves to establish an ad hoc committee in terms of Rule 253 of the National Assembly Rules. And that this committee to conduct an inquiry into matters surrounding Phala Phala game farm theft with specific reference to the involvement and response of the various government departments and agencies in the alleged cover-up of the crime, and to exercise those powers as set out in Rule 167 that may assist in carrying out its task. That it consists of 11 voting members of the Assembly, including 6 from the African National Congress, 2 from the Democratic Alliance, the Economic Freedom Fighters 1, and other parties 2. And further consist of 14 non-voting members of the Assembly as follows: the African National Congress, the Democratic Alliance, the Economic Freedom Fighters, and other parties. And that it sets its deadline by which the committee is to report for the 9th of June 2023. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, as agreed to in the National Assembly Programme Committee meeting of the 9th of March 2023, There will be no debate on this matter. However, I will recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. Democratic Alliance.
Mr. Chairman, today is the last chance that Parliament has to do the right thing on the Phala Phala matter. The ANC has already used the tyranny of its majority to squash the Section 89 panel report, and this was done for no other reason than the fact that the report contained truths that were inconvenient for the ANC and truths that were inconvenient for President Ramaphosa. And it is worth recounting today what those findings were of a retired Chief Justice, a retired High Court judge, and a respected advocate. They found that the President had a prima facie case to answer and that he may have committed a serious violation of Section 96 of the Constitution, a serious violation of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, serious misconduct in that the President acted in a way that is inconsistent with his office, and serious misconduct in exposing himself to a situation involving a conflict of interest between his official responsibilities and his private business interests. Now, these are extremely serious allegations against any head of state, but particularly against one who rode into town with a promise to end the corruption and abuse of what he had termed the 9 wasted years that preceded him. And the rehearsed refrain that was parroted by ANC speakers on the day as they swept the inconvenient truths under the carpet was that the President was going to set aside the report in the Constitutional Court. Well, we now know that this has fizzled and failed, as the Constitutional Court unanimously dismissed his application for direct access. But the reality is we've seen this all before. When Judge Raymond Zondo wrote his final report, Interstate Capture, he reserved the harshest criticism for the sellouts in Parliament who trampled their oath of office in service of a corrupt President and his cabinet. Never again, we were told, would Parliament be disempowered as it was in those terrible days. And yet here we are again, and we ask ourselves, what has really changed? Then it was Nkandla, now it's Phala Phala. Then it was fire pools and cattle kraals, and now it's couches stuffed with dollars. Then it was President Jacob Zuma, and today it's President Cyril Ramaphosa. But it is the exact same modus operandi. As long as you can abuse your numbers in Parliament, you can make any scandal or corruption disappear. And today the ANC Speaker in this debate is going to try and keep this callous charade alive. They're going to say that the Public Protector has cleared the President when they know that a final report is still awaited. They're going to say we must wait then for that final report when they know that the Nkandla judgment set out very clearly that Parliament must do its job even while others do theirs. They're going to say there's no need for an ad hoc committee when they know full well that the independent panel and the Public Protector do not have access to the full power of subpoena of persons and documents that an ad hoc committee of this House would have. But we know the truth, and the truth is that only an ad hoc committee with the powers granted in terms of our rules can get to the bottom of how these dirty dollars enter the country, how those dirty dollars end up being stuffed into a couch in the President's private home, why the theft of those dirty dollars was never properly reported, and why the publicly funded Presidential Protection Unit meant to guard Cyril Ramaphosa, the President, was used to recover the dirty dollars of Cyril Ramaphosa, the businessman. But let me tell you, I urge fellow members of this House today to think very carefully how they vote. Because just as it happened in the Nkandla scandal, the Prasa scandal, and the state capture scandal, the truth will out on Phala Phala. No matter how hard the ANC tries to hold back the tide, there will become a day of reckoning for each and every member of this House to account for how you called out your vote today. So I urge you to support the motion. But at the end of the day, the one thing that every South African must remember is this: an innocent man should never be afraid of the truth, and an innocent president should never be afraid of Parliament. Thank you.
The EFF.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. Before I deal with the correctness of the motion that has been tabled here, we want to deal quickly with what the presiding officer did earlier of welcoming a delegation from the British Parliament, a racist institution that formalized colonialism here in South Africa, an institution that is overseeing British territories that are responsible for tax avoidance, for profit shifting, and illicit financial flows. Majority of Africa and South Africa's resources are being looted under the custodianship and oversight of this racist institution. So the delegation from the British Parliament are not welcome here. They represent a neo-colonial government. So they must not leave here thinking that they were unanimously welcomed by the Parliament of South Africa. They're not welcome. And we must tell them that when we take power in 2024, we're going to disengage from that nonsensical Commonwealth Parliament and all these other platforms. Now, Section 83 of the Constitution obliges a president to defend and respect the Constitution. And Section 96 of the Constitution prohibits any member of cabinet, including a president, from undertaking any other paid work. In terms of the laws that govern this country, the sole currency that can be utilized to trade goods and services, including buffaloes, is the rand in South Africa. It's not so in Zimbabwe currently, Namibia, and Lesotho, and Eswatini. But in South Africa, the sole currency that you can utilize to trade goods and services is the rand. Now, your president has admitted that he has been selling buffaloes using foreign currency, the dollar. That is violation of South Africa's laws. That is beyond reasonable doubt a violation of South Africa's laws. It is therefore a violation of the Constitution without any doubt in terms of what should happen. But also the Customs and Excise Act here in South Africa obliges everyone who brings foreign currency to declare that currency if it's upward of 25,000 rands. There's 580, well now they admitted 580,000 US dollars. You can multiply that by 20, you will know what it is in rand terms, which was not declared. And a sitting head of state has willingly and knowingly traded. He says to the public, to the people of South Africa, that I've been engaging in trade using foreign currency. And as this institution, which is supposed to hold him accountable, we must fold our arms. We cannot do that. We must establish this ad hoc committee to investigate everything, including the police that were involved in chasing the people who want to take the money in Phala Phala, so that we can get to the bottom of this, because we cannot have a lawless country where the sitting police commissioner is involved in pursuit of criminals in a criminal way. So we must have to establish this committee in the same way that the Nkandla ad hoc committee was established. So we stand as the EFF to support that we should establish the ad hoc committee
to subpoena Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, who is involved in businesses. He takes this task of president as a part-time job. We must hold him accountable here. We must subpoena everyone, including the police, that were involved in this illegal activity. And we can tell you now that if we
Honourable
do not do
Member,
that,
your
it will
time
be beyond
has now
objective and
expired.
sensible reason, and we're going to take it to a further process moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. At the outset, I think it's important that I clearly state without any doubt that the IFP supports the calling for establishing an ad hoc committee to investigate the Phala Phala matter. It is important that we allay any and all fears of South Africans that believe the rule of law and constitution is being trampled on. South Africans are tired, Honorable Chair, of leaders who say one thing and then do the other. Our people are at a point of resentment towards the government. They are giving up on remaining hopeful, and they are simply drawing a line in the sand which says this far and no further. I will appeal to all members of this House sitting on the majority benches to think long and hard, Honourable Chair, about the decision we're about to take today. Honourable House Chair, with results confirming that the money found in Phala Phala was not declared even compounds the matter and necessitate an urgent need to probe the matter further. Failing to establish such committee will do our country great disservice and will amount to nothing but sweeping yet another high-level scandal under the carpet. We must act with a conscious and our strong conviction of what is the right thing to do. If we are to ignore this request, we are simply saying to South Africans that those who occupy high offices are above law, and we can't spit at the face of our justice system. Our president must have known that his conduct must be beyond reproach, as is an embodiment of our constitutional and social values. The IFP calls on all MPs in this House to act now and not let something this big, so significant, fall through cracks. We must show South Africans through our actions in this House that we care about the law and we care about the law and want to see accountability in action. If the ANC opt to reject the establishment of this committee, this will ultimately be the last straw, breaking off of the last seal of an ANC that can change and the ANC that can be better. We support the establishment of the committee. Thank you very much. Oh my God.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. House Chair, what is strange is that the ANC, as the ruling party in this House, did not bring this motion to establish an ad hoc committee. Because if you believe in the innocence of your president, of your party's president, you would have supported an investigation to clear his name. Why don't you want that? Why are you denying the opportunity for him to answer on this case and to see what the involvement of all departments in this whole matter was? There's very strange things that happened. There's a lot of unanswered questions. Why don't you want answers? If you believed in the innocence of President Ramaphosa, you would have brought this motion. On the 28th of September 2022, when a similar motion was brought by the official opposition, the ANC voted against that motion and the establishment of an ad hoc committee and said that it's premature because the Section 89 panel is still conducting their business and that report should still serve. Now that report served, you voted against that report, although a panel that was appointed with you agreeing to the members of that panel and experts on that panel finding that there are prima facie evidence that the president has a case to answer for, you voted against that report and for him to answer to it, and now you still say that an ad hoc committee to investigate all the unanswered questions are unnecessary. Why is it now unnecessary? You know, Chairperson, the fundamental or founding principle of our constitutional democracy is the separation of power, and that this national legislature should hold the executive to account. We should conduct an oversight role, and we should ensure accountability. This National Assembly did not do that with the Nkandla matter. They did not do that with state capture. During state capture, there was opposition members in this House that warned, that provided the allegations, that said there must be investigations, but the ANC protected themselves and denied, and then it was 9 lost years. It's much more than 9 lost years, because this government has, a long time ago, lost their moral compass and completely lost their moral grounds. You do not act in the interest of South Africa, but you protect your own party. If you act in the interest of the people out there, you would support this motion. You should then support this to clear the name of your president and to see if there's any truth in the allegations. I thank you.
The ACDP.
The Bible we carry in our hearts and not necessarily with us in our hands physically. Honorable Speaker, the ACDP agrees with the establishment of an ad hoc committee to conduct an inquiry into the Phala Phala saga. It must be noted that the ACDP supported the establishment of the Section 89 independent panel, the panel which found that Mr. Ramaphosa may have committed a serious violation of Section 34(1) of PRECA, which imposes an obligation on a person in a position of authority to report corrupt activities such as theft, fraud, extortion, or forgery. The panel also suggested that Mr. Ramaphosa may have committed serious misconduct by exposing himself to a situation involving a conflict between his official responsibilities and his private business, and may have violated the Constitution by acting in a way that is inconsistent with his office. The ACDP does find it strange and even contradictory that a number of investigations have found wildly varying culpability of President Ramaphosa, from having a case to answer to his having done no wrong. Let it be known that these members of parliament seated here have a constitutional obligation and a mandate to hold the president and cabinet to account. The ACDP supported the previous calls to hold President Zuma to account. And so, as a matter of principle, as a matter of consistency, and without fear, without favor, without prejudice, and without fear of contradiction, the ACDP says that we can do no other but hold Mr. Ramaphosa to account. The ACDP supports the calling for an ad hoc committee. Thank you.
The UDM.
Quiet. Honorable House Chair, honorable members, the allegations of a cover-up have been greatly destructive of the country's image, both at home and abroad, and has affected investor confidence negatively, especially given that President Ramaphosa has acted the champion of good governance, and now this bomb has burst over his very own head. Neither is the delay by the Reserve Bank, National Prosecuting Authority, Hawks and police helping the cause to clear the dark cloud hovering over this country. The situation is further complicated by the involvement of police personnel in this saga and the so-called cross-border investigation into Namibia. It is in the interest of the President, I submit, and I dare say the ruling party, that this case must be expedited. In conclusion, unfortunately, the President cannot run away from Parliament, irrespective of whether he is head of these law enforcement agencies. Only transparency in Phala Phala matter will satisfy the South African public. The UDM supports the resolution. Finally, Honorable Chief Whip of the majority, let me advise you, into bungayas, if ufuna inyani uba kwenzeke ntoni kule nto yale Phala Phala, mamela naba bantu kufuneka ubabizile uPresident, Chairperson uHonorable Mantashe, uDeputy President uTata Mashatile, ibe ngu Ace, kuzoba ngubani yamfuna ugqibela hayi khona ogqibela kuchawuke ubufuna inyani yawulikhumbula ndihlelapha awukabi nafayela wazi nix ufathula nje enkosi.
The ATM. May I also request the members who want to make declarations to take up the waiting bench, please, just to expedite proceedings. Order, honorable members. Order.
Thank you, Chairperson. Parliament has been criticized in the past about failing to scrutinize the actions of the executive. Even with Phala Phala, Parliament has done nothing to fulfill its constitutional obligation of scrutinizing executive action. Parliament can't wait to delegate its responsibility of oversight to other institutions. Parliament must take it upon itself to investigate and satisfy itself that the President and other institutions did not do any wrongdoing. As we debate, no one has been arrested for the theft in Phala Phala. Noko ANC, niyamthanda mosutata wenu President Ramaphosa. And you would want to see the criminals that stole from him arrested. So this motion will assist you. Therefore, you must vote in support of this motion. And how can Parliament be exemplary in encouraging citizens to abide by the law, yet it refuses to investigate if state institutions broke the law in Phala Phala? 9 months after Phala Phala became public knowledge, the citizens are none the wiser whether wrongdoing occurred or not. The role of Parliament in this regard is critical to give confidence to the people that Parliament is a functional institution that fulfills its constitutional obligation. How can Parliament expect institutions that account to it to fulfill their constitutional obligation, whereas Yona Parliament refuses to do the work the Constitution requires of it? How can Parliament have the moral authority to reprimand departments that fail in fulfilling their constitutional obligation, whereas Parliament itself fails to fulfill its constitutional obligation? To have a country that works, institutions such as Parliament must work. They must do what the Constitution requires. Future generations must inherit institutions that are functional and effective in their mandate. We can't destroy the future of our country by destroying the institutions that ought to serve our country. If indeed the President and other institutions committed no crime, surely they don't fear the scrutiny. If they committed a crime, then members who vote against this investigation have committed a bigger crime in protecting the wrongdoers. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, the problem with the proposal from the Chief Whip of the Opposition is that nothing has changed since we debated this proposal 6 months ago, and nothing has changed since the report by the independent panel was rejected by this House 3 months ago. The only sensible proposal was the good proposal, which the Speaker would not or could not allow because the rules only allowed for us to accept or reject the recommendations of the independent panel that we proceed in terms of Section 89 of the Constitution. You will recall, Chair, that we proposed that the panel's report be accepted, but the work of the Section 89 committee does not commence until such time as the President has concluded his right to review the report. When that proposal was rejected, the choice became politically opportunistic and binary, with no room for the interests of justice to be served. We are back here only because the Democratic Alliance received some information that SARS is unable to find any record that the foreign currency which was brought into this country and then allegedly stolen was declared. Of course, the President was not the one who allegedly brought the foreign currency into the country. So the DA's excitement should have been short-lived, because a few days later, SARS issued a statement confirming that a tax compliance statement was issued by SARS indicating that the 4 million rand sale of the game at the President's Phala Phala farm in 2020 was declared. Chairperson, it's unfortunate that Parliament was forced to choose between a yes and a no response to the independent panel's recommendations. But that choice cannot be circumvented by the proposal to establish an ad hoc committee to conduct parallel investigations to the multitude of investigations that are already underway by competent authorities. The matter may well return to Parliament for a new decision should the Hawks, the Public Protector, the South African Reserve Bank, or SARS conclude that the President should be charged with a crime or has acted illegally or in breach of the Executive Ethics Act. That hasn't happened yet, and we should not allow the authorities to conclude the investigations, and we should allow the authorities to conclude the investigations without fear, favor, or opportunistic political interference. Thank you.
The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Chairperson, if you remember, in the previous occasion, the NFP supported the need for an ad hoc committee in terms of the Phala Phala game farm. But subsequent to that, a lot has happened. First of all, the Public Protector has cleared the President. Secondly, you had your turn, let me have my turn. You got your opinion, let me have mine. Secondly, and very importantly, SARS has also declared or cleared the fact and indicated that Phala Phala is tax compliant. The President had complied. The responsibility we are now given to understand in terms of declaring that was on the Sudanese business person and not the President himself. We must also be cognizant of the fact that the President is involved in many other businesses, his shareholders. He cannot be at the same place at his business all the time. That is why you have managers and to be able to do what is necessary. Now, coming back to that, the fact that the very same Public Protector put in there as a Chapter 9 by this very House, are you saying you have no confidence in that Public Protector that has now cleared the President? Is that what we are saying? So I think what is important is this, that there is a need for an ad hoc committee, but we believe the President should be treated equally like any other citizen. And I think what should be important, particularly for us as an opposition, and we know this through politics, if you want to do the right thing, you've got a lot of enemies. If you want to do the wrong thing, you've got a lot of friends, many of them in our House currently today. Now, the point is this: when the President says he wants to deal with corruption, he wants to eradicate corruption, do you not think that this is an attempt to want to remove the President so that that will block all the investigations into corruption that has taken place in this country and continue? We are talking about trillions of rands that has been lost. And I can say this, what the President And I'm not saying the president may not have a case to answer. What we are saying is allow the law enforcement agencies to conclude the very same ones that we have put in them. And if there's any evidence that unfolds indicating or implicating the president, then indeed we'll have an ad hoc committee. But this thing of the obsession with ad hoc committees and the obsession through coalitions in overthrowing mayors and speakers must come to an end. We must always consider what is in the best interest of the people on the ground. So I can say, you remove the president today, I can assure you, all the corruption that has been going on for all these years that have brought us to where will also be wiped out. So I think...
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Thank you.
Very much.
The AIC, Al-Jamaa.
Honorable House Chair, President Ramaphosa is not a corrupt person. He has not committed an act that is impeachable. He has not committed an act which the Constitution says there must be gross violation. There has been no gross violation. Having said that, we must take the position of the leader of the official opposition very seriously. He knows that in the Western Cape they use their numbers. They know that in many municipalities they use their numbers. So they understand that the ANC does the same thing. So when they explain to us that the ANC will use their numbers in order to vote against any negative findings when we do have this ad hoc committee, the leader of the official opposition knows what he's speaking about. This House will just waste its time. Al-Jamaa don't support the ad hoc committee. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
The ANC.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The ANC rejects the DA's draft resolution for establishing an ad hoc committee to investigate all aspects of the theft at the Phala Phala farm. The ANC rejects it on the following basis. One, this draft resolution already has a hidden, predetermined conclusion that the president is guilty, which makes it difficult to design an ad hoc committee to institute and guide the uncovering of the truth about the Phala Phala farm theft. More importantly, the predetermined conclusion that the president is guilty violates the president's right to presumption of innocence. This implies that the call for establishing an ad hoc committee is not only contaminated by opposition parties' biases, but also fails to comply with the fair due processes, and therefore it should be rejected on all grounds. Secondly, and crucially, this draft resolution is an opportunistic one. Thus, the establishment of ad hoc committee it advocates for is called for the wrong purpose. In particular, this draft resolution is combative and fact-bending, as it elevates the Constitutional Court's ruling and the South African Revenue Service's findings on the Phala Phala farm theft as the basis for establishing an ad hoc committee, while simultaneously distorting and ignoring the public protector's interim findings that vindicate the president of any wrongdoing, including being exposed to a possible conflict of interest as unsubstantiated. The ANC is convinced that the proposed ad hoc committee is an attempt to launch a reactionary coup intended to hijack democratic institutions and processes to satisfy the narrow political interests of a racist right-wing parties. Thirdly, and equally important, this draft resolution risks undermining the authority and the legitimacy of the National Assembly, and thus watering down the ability of the National Assembly to hold the executive account. To be more specific, the scope of this draft resolution is a narrow rush attempt which failed to await to examine the findings of all the democratic institutions, that is Hawks, the South African Revenue Bank, the Reserve Bank, etc., tasked with the responsibility of investigating the Phala Phala farm theft to determine whether or not there is any wrongdoing by our president. While the National Assembly must scrutinize executive action, which duty must be carried out fairly to avoid errors, is determining whether the president is innocent or guilty at the accusation level against him. Fourthly, this draft resolution creates a host of uncoordinated checks and balances with a reactive approach towards the Phala Phala farm theft. For instance, the Hawks and the Reserve Bank are yet to conclude their findings on this matter, while the Public Protector and SARS have made preliminary findings. In addition, opposition parties want to add an ad hoc committee to a host of institutions using different investigation findings in order, in fact, to create confusion, not necessarily to get whether the president is guilty or not. Fourthly, furthermore, this draft resolution gives the impression that the National Assembly is willing to interfere with the work of the Hawks, the Reserve Bank, the Public Protector, and SARS by prescribing to these institutions in support of our democracy by investigating involvement and response of various governing departments and agencies in the alleged cover-up of the crime. The DA alleges, while the DA has no shred of evidence in this regard. Again, the DA wants the ANC to support an establishment of ad hoc committee based on hearsay of a cover-up to further illustrate the lack of objectivity in the opposition benches. The EFF calls for Public Protector's preliminary finding as nonsensical, implying that any findings that exonerate the president are unwelcome. What a childish behavior. At worst, this draft resolution ensures that these institutions that support our democracy are incapacitated to investigate the Phala Phala farm theft fully. Thus, an ad hoc committee must be established. In conclusion, Chairperson, expanding the scope of Phala Phala farm theft to include government departments, state entities such as National Treasury and the state security agents does not justify the establishment of an ad hoc committee. Besides, the proposed ad hoc committee does not have sophisticated investigative functions to deal with complexities surrounding the Phala Phala farm. In conclusion, again, Chairperson, I want to affirm the ANC's position that this opposition is extremely desperate. They don't even have confidence in themselves. We are only going to the elections next year, but they cannot use this time to mobilize society for their cause. Instead, they want shortcuts because they know for a fact that they are far away from capturing the state. They are far away from ruling this country. Therefore, they are trying to find any way, any shortcut. Chair, in conclusion, I would like to implore them to go on the ground and mobilize society. We will win this election come 2024 and they will remain opposition because opposition is what you live for.
Honorable Member. No, there was order, honorable members. No, there was a request for intervention. And some members were showing that the member's time is up. In fact, the member had more than 1.5 minutes left. He had 7 minutes in total for that intervention. So that do not arise. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, I will now proceed to put the motion by the Chief Whip of the Opposition. I now put the motion. Are there any objections to the motion as put by the Chief Whip of the Opposition? I will now put the question. Those in favor of the establishment of an ad hoc committee on Phala Phala in terms of Rule 253 will say aye. And those against the establishment of an ad hoc committee on Phala Phala will say no. I think the noes have it. Honorable Chief Whip, the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
House Chair, may we please call for a division?
Honorable members, order, order. Honorable members, a division having been called for, the bells will now be rung for 5 minutes.
Honorable members, will you take up your seats? We want to start with the voting process. Order, honorable members. Keep the doors closed. Do not open the doors for members who are outside. It's against the rules. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, for this division, the acting speaker also determined that the manual voting system will be used, and in terms of the rules, all members present, when the question is put, with the doors barred, will vote or record their abstention. This rule does not apply to a minister or deputy minister who is not a member of the House. And political parties have been requested to provide a list of members. Order, honorable members. Political parties have been requested to provide a list of members who will be called first when it is their party's turn to vote. The Secretary will call each member from the membership list, starting with those from the majority party. Members will be called by their surname, followed by their initials. And in order to facilitate the process, and please, honorable members, let us adhere to this. I appeal to you to simply indicate your vote as yes, no, or abstain, without making a statement, a preamble, or using any other way to indicate your vote. It's part of the confusion that the table is having when you don't clearly indicate your vote. And you are also requested to clearly speak into the mic, because we could not hear some of the votes that the members were recording. If a member's name is called and they are present, but for whatever reason they couldn't vote or did not indicate their vote, an opportunity will be provided at the end for members to do so. The question before the House is that the draft resolution in the name of the Chief Whip of the Opposition be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will remain locked until the voting session is concluded. The Secretary will now proceed to call members. Honorable members, please pay attention. May I ask the whips of the parties, and there's a lot of you here, to assist us to maintain the decorum of the House so that we can get through this process.
Majodina PCP.
I vote no.
Mashatile PS.
No.
Mapisa Ngakula NN.
I vote no. No.
Mapisa Ngakula NN.
No.
Sino DSL.
No.
Buroto MG.
No.
Ntombela MLD.
No.
Dakude DE.
No.
Lisuma RMM.
No.
Khadebe BA.
No.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker, why are you raising your hand?
House Chairperson, there's a risk of injury in the House. These chairs are not particularly good. So when members stand up, please let them check before they sit. Otherwise,
Order, honorable members.
2 or 3 members disappeared here, almost injuring themselves.
Yeah.
It's not safe. It's a safety matter.
Yes, thank you. Now, order, honorable members. I won't check if they will be able to sit. They must do so themselves. Can we proceed, Secretary?
Gadebe BA,
No.
Tele PH,
No.
Chikunga LS,
No.
Chrissy BD,
No.
Chrissy BD,
No.
Didiza 80,
No.
Dlamini Zuma NC,
Order, honorable members. Order. Proceed, Secretary.
Dlamini Zuma NC, Odongwana E,
Order, honorable members. Honorable members. We have the whole evening. Okay? The previous process took almost an hour to complete, so we have enough time. Proceed, Secretary.
Odongwana E,
No.
Godan PJ, Kungubele M,
Aibo.
Kivit N,
No.
Kodwa NG,
No.
Kubai MT, Lamula RO,
No.
Mantashe SG,
No.
Mkhunu ES, Modise TR,
No.
Utsecha MA,
No.
Mutswale DPA,
No.
Ndabeni Abrahams SG,
No.
Chabeni KPS,
No.
Nxesi TWT, Zimande BE, Pando GNM, Patel E,
No.
Phala MJ,
No.
Ramokhupa ML,
No.
Zigalala S,
No.
Zulu LD,
No.
Bapila KO,
No.
Waters A,
No.
Benz Ngamasha Z,
Tasa.
Tapa RN,
Ta. Andivumelani bo.
Dlomo SM,
No.
Gina N,
No.
Olomisa SP,
No.
Jeffrey JN,
JH. No.
JH, Kekana PS,
Nya.
Mafu NN,
No.
Mahlalela AF,
No.
Mahlobo MD,
No.
Majola FZ,
Pass.
Makwetla SP,
No.
Manamela KB,
No.
Mangu LN,
No.
Mapulane MP,
Big no.
Mashiko Dlamini KC,
No.
Masondo D,
Not present. Pass.
Ma-
He's not here.
Matale CC,
No.
Mhaule MR,
No.
Muloi BE,
No.
Murulong IK, Mutaung NE,
No.
Kabane NP,
No.
Mzuza NB,
No.
Peters AP,
No.
Pilane Majake MCC,
No.
Squacha M,
No.
Soju MM,
No.
Swartz B,
No.
Tau MPF,
No.
Tolashe NG,
No.
Chabalala J,
Andizi, no.
Chwete P,
No.
Abraham PN,
Aye.
Adams RC,
No.
Adwans NG,
No.
April AH, HG,
Near.
Biekes AJ,
Near.
Bilankulu JH,
Singa imahlweni.
Bilankulu JH,
Singa imahlweni. Is no, singa imahlweni.
Bilankulu N,
No.
Bongo BT,
No.
Butelezi NS,
No.
Tapa N,
No.
Chabane MS,
No.
Direko DR,
No.
Damini ME,
No.
Damini NE,
No.
Damini SM,
No.
Dulane RN,
No.
Dunjwa MAL,
Aye.
Kyanchi QR,
Aye.
Gancho N,
Near.
Kela A,
No.
Kombo MM,
No.
Kumbu TT,
No.
Kumete SN,
No.
Hadebe PM,
Cha.
Harvard X,
No.
Hermans J,
Extreme near.
Tongo AS,
No.
Jacobs F,
Near.
Jacobs KL, Jacobs KL, James TH,
No.
Romat Peterson TM,
No.
Kumalo FE,
No.
Kibi MT,
No.
Kurnov GW,
Near. No.
Kotampeko ZA,
No.
Kubeka NJ,
No.
Kula SM, Lehwase TI,
No.
Letsie WT,
No.
Lubengo ML,
Aye.
Luzipo S,
No.
Market JJ, Mabe BP,
No.
Mabileta MD,
No.
Magaxa KE,
No.
Magwanishe G,
No.
Mabehlala T,
No.
Mahlaule MG,
No.
Mahlo NP,
Naku.
Mahumapilo SOR, Mahumapilo, you say no? Absent, all right. Makubele Mashele LS,
No.
Makubele Mashele LS,
No.
Makubele Marilele PP, Malachi T,
No.
Malemata CN,
No.
Malinga VT,
Ha.
Malomane VP,
No.
Mamabolo JP,
Party line. No.
Mananiso JS,
No.
Mandela ZMT, okay. Maneli BM,
No.
Maneli ST,
No.
Manganye J,
Anifumeni.
Marikwa GP,
No.
Maseko Jele NH,
No.
Mashiko MR, Mashele TV,
No.
Masiko FA,
No.
Masondo TS,
No.
Maswale GP,
No.
Masuta TM, Maswanganyi MJ,
No.
Matafa OM,
No.
Matebula EF,
No.
Matuba MM, Mbata SGM,
No.
Mbingo Gigaba BP,
No.
Mbuyane SH,
No.
McDonald LE,
No.
Mchunu TVB,
No.
Mdabe SW,
No.
Mtakane MR,
No.
Mkweba T,
No.
Mjobo LN,
No.
Mkachwa NT,
No.
Mkize ZL, Mkize ZL, okay. Mkwanazi JCN,
No.
Mlenzana Z, Memezi HMZ,
No.
Mutle TN,
Near boss.
Mowache RM,
No.
Modise M,
No.
Modise PMP,
No.
Muela DL,
No.
Mulala LE,
No.
Mulekwa MA,
No.
Munaketi MD,
No.
Morwashehla PR,
No.
Motapo MRM,
Nako.
Moseha MS, Mbanza TS,
No.
Mpumza GG,
No.
Mpushe PT,
Nie for sector.
Msimango XN,
No.
Mtembu AH, Mvana NQ,
No.
Mieni ET,
No.
Miola DJ, Ndaba CN,
No.
Newvot Rachen WS, absent.
No.
Nkomo Z,
It's a no.
Nkosi BS,
No.
Nonsele M,
No.
Notnachal J,
No.
Ngola X,
No.
Ntobongwana N,
No.
Ntuli MM,
No.
Ntwane JC,
No.
Ntwane JC,
No.
Papo AHM,
No.
Patien S, absent. Peacock NP,
No.
Peshe PA,
No.
Piri CM,
Titendera naso.
Peterson ML,
No.
Pillay KB, Pillay KB, absent. Kaiso XS,
No.
Ramadwa MM,
No.
Ramolobang A,
No.
Siabi AM,
No.
Simenya MR,
No.
Shabalala LF, Shabalala LF, Sibiya DP,
No.
Sihlwayi NN,
No.
Siwela EK,
No.
Siwela VS,
No.
Siweya RT,
No.
Siweya RT,
No.
Skosana GJ,
No.
Somyo SS,
No.
Stock DM,
No.
Klape MME,
No.
Klomelang KB,
No.
Tobias TV,
Chair.
Tobias TV,
Chair.
Tseke GK,
No.
Tseki MA,
Chair.
Chwete B,
No.
Chobeka Magege NP, Van Skarkwyk SR,
No.
Volmaras MJ,
No.
Baba NV,
No.
Baba VC,
No.
Baba Njaba PP,
No. No.
Asa FG,
No.
Tego ST,
No.
Yabo BS,
No.
Zibula BT, Zondi MA,
No.
Zuma AS,
No.
Zungu TRM, Zungu TRM,
Absent.
Zwane MJ,
No.
All the honorable members. All the honorable members.
Stenhazen JH,
I vote yes.
Kwahube S,
I vote yes.
Lotfred A,
Yes.
Van der Walt D,
Ja.
Masango BS,
Yes.
Marais SJF,
Ja.
Krambok GR, De Freitas MSF, Hussein MH, Bergman D,
I vote yes.
McClure JJ,
Yes.
Abrahams ALA,
yes,
Alexander WR,
Yes.
Bahrain M,
Yes.
Passon LJ,
Ja.
Potlani T,
Yes.
Bond MS, Breitenbach G,
Yes.
Bryant DW,
Yes.
Katalia GKY,
Yes.
Carlto MJ,
Yes.
Chetty M,
Yes.
Clark MO,
Yes.
Cuthbert MJ,
Yes.
Develius JN,
Ja.
Engelbrecht J,
Ja.
Isaac F,
Yes.
Faber WF,
Ja.
George DT,
Yes.
Gondwe MM, Graham SJ,
Yes.
Hicklin MB,
Yes.
Horn W,
Ja.
Hansinger CHH,
Ja.
Ismail H,
I vote yes.
Joseph D,
Ja. Ja.
Kanyile TA,
Yes.
Chachau KL,
Ke a dumela ntate.
Kumalo NV,
Yes, Chair.
King CV,
Yes.
Kola D, Kriya HCC,
Ja.
Liz RA,
Yes.
Lehoff TA,
Yes.
Lorima JRP,
Yes.
Mabena TB,
Yes.
Mabiga MS, Mabiga MS, it's absent. Okay. McPherson DW,
Yes.
Majola TR,
Yes.
Malazi MS,
Yes.
Mare EJ,
Ja.
Masipa NP,
Yes.
Mazone NWA,
Yes.
Babama TM,
Ewe.
Mbele ZN,
Yes.
Mhlongo TW,
Yebo.
Malham KJ,
Yes.
PTL,
Yes.
Maybach NG. Ngobo S,
Yes.
Nodada BB,
Where?
Opperman G,
Ja.
Phillips C, absent. Powell EL,
Yes.
Ross AC,
Yes.
Sarupin AN,
Yes.
Schreiber LA, absent. Sehlolo IS,
A.
Sharif NK,
Yes.
Shelembe ML,
Yes.
Spies ERJ,
Yeah.
Stump DJ,
Yeah.
Terabella Machelsea NI,
Yes.
Tereblanche OS,
Yeah.
Van Dijk V,
Yeah.
Van Minen BM,
Yes.
Van Zeen AM,
Yeah.
Walters TRC,
Yes.
Weber AMM,
Yes.
Whitfield AG,
Yes.
Wilson ER,
Yes.
Winkler HS.
Yes.
Malema JS,
Yes.
Shibambu NF,
Yes.
Mente NV,
Yes.
Dlamini MM,
Yes.
Mautwe OMC,
Yes.
Ndlozi MQ, Mashabela NR,
Yes.
Mashabela NR,
Yes.
Mkalipi HO,
Yes.
Tlangwini EN,
Yes.
Aris LH,
Yeah.
Kaiza K, Kaiza K, Chirwa NN,
Yes.
Hlonyana KNF,
Yes.
Kaula MS,
Yebo.
Koza AV,
Siyavuma.
Komane RN,
Yes.
Madlingozi BS,
Yes.
Madokwe P,
Yes.
Mafanya WTI,
Yes.
Makesini M,
Yes.
Marais P, Marais P, Matulelwa B,
Yes.
Matias NS,
Yes.
Matumba A,
They attend.
Mkondo CN,
Yebo.
Mtenjane DF,
Yes.
Mukhale T,
Yes.
Muhlala MR,
Yes.
Mukhoto SM,
Yes.
Mtwedi MK,
Yes.
Mutsepe CCS,
Yes.
Msane TP,
Yes.
Noluchungu NJ,
Yes.
Pambo V,
Yes.
Paulson MZ,
Yes.
Shembeni HA,
Siyavuma.
Siwisa AM,
Yes.
Sonti NP,
Yes.
Tafeni N,
Yes.
Tambo S,
Yes.
Tekyana Y,
Ewe.
Tembekwayo SS,
Yes.
Tito LF,
Yes.
Yako YN, Yako YN, Buthelezi MG, Singh N,
Yes.
Majozi Z,
Yes.
Buthelezi EM,
Yes.
Buthelezi SA, Cebekhulu RN, Hlengwa MD,
Yes.
Hlengwa M, Luthuli BN,
Yes.
Msimang CT, Ngobo SL, Sithole KP,
Yes.
Van der Merwe LL,
Zondo SS,
Siyavuma.
Groenewald PJ,
Ja.
Melda CP, Vessels WW,
Yes.
Boshoff WJ,
Ja.
Briet T,
Ja.
Denner H,
Ja.
Groenewald IM, May P,
Can we go back to Groenewald?
Groenewald IM, May P,
Ja.
Melde FJ,
Ja.
Van Staren PA,
Ja.
Meshwe KRJ,
Absent with leave.
Swart SN,
Yes.
Seikers ME, Soekers ME,
Ja.
Tring WM,
Yes.
Olomisa BH,
Yes.
Kwangwa NLS, Kwangwa NLS,
Ewe.
Mahau TL, Zungula V,
Yes.
Delil P, Heron BN,
No.
Sheikh Imam
No.
AM,
No.
CBC CHM, Gallo MP, Jafta SM,
Yes.
Likota MGP, Madisha WM, Nyonzo M, Hendrix MGE,
No.
Thank you, honorable members. I will now provide an opportunity for members who were present or for whatsoever reason could not vote or indicate their vote to do so now. You can just raise your hand. There's none. The voting session is now closed. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 135 voted in favour of the motion. 204 voted against. The motion by the Chief Whip of the Opposition to establish an ad hoc committee on Phala Phala is thus not agreed to. Order, honourable members. I request members to stand and to wait for the chairperson and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.